You good? Okay. I'd like to call to order the Avalon City Council meeting of August 21st, and we will also be acting as the Avalon Housing Authority. So if we could please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Put your hand over your heart and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And I'd like to take a moment to remember Vern Moran, Dudley Moran's brother, who passed away approximately a week ago. A moment of silence, please. Thank you. And we would also like to welcome Richard back. We missed him at the last council meeting. We're glad he's doing well. Okay, if we may please have the roll call.
Councilmember Albers. Here. Councilmember Hernandez.
Here.
Councilmember Olson.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Cassidy. Here. Mayor Marshall.
Here. And City Manager, you had an introduction?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Annie. Jay, why don't you come on forward? This is Jay Fowler. He is the new representative for CR&R. His title is Senior Municipal Manager, and he's replaced Mr. Batty.
Yeah,
so we just wanted to welcome and introduce him to you.
Honorable Mayor, esteemed City Council, my name is Jay Fowler. I'm the Senior Municipal Manager for CR&R, and really privileged tonight to stand in front of you. I'm representing the men and women of CR&R and really Avalon Environmental Services that provide the services here locally. We take a great deal of pride in providing those services. We're also a larger corporation, CR&R, that's based in Stanton. So it's not just me, and it's not just the men and women here. We're really supported by an entire team of environmentalists and also engineers and the like, as far as the stewardship that we've been privileged to be given. My assignment is to support the local team with resources and to make sure that we're meeting the city requirements. Had a meeting today with the Public Works, looking at street sweeping and the other services that we have, and also really looking into the future as far as what that holds too. So just wanted to come up and introduce myself. I look forward to meeting you individually, guys.
Welcome aboard, Jay. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Richard, did you have a question?
They said they discussed the sweeping of the street part. I know there was a lot of complaints about that before. And I've been down here to get together with Bob, and hopefully we'll be able to work out some things. We've got a few complaints, and I'm sure Bob probably knows about them. And you guys discussed it. Hopefully we'll see some progress in that part of the field. With the sweeper part, the dust, and this and that are kind of a few minor things that people complain about.
Certainly, they've made those aware. We're looking at that as a team. We're also looking at ways to be able to work through some of the challenges that we have as far as parked cars and the like, but really it's to provide documentation that we're actually going through that as well. So we're looking at some technology that we may be able to apply in the truck that will support our services as well.
Great.
Also operator training, maintenance of the truck, we're all going through all of that as well. But
Okay, good.
Great.
yeah, we'll really progressively and work on those issues.
And I just had one other question. I know when we first started with the contract that we fulfilled, you said that we're going to have so many employees. Did we finally fulfill that amount of employees that we were going to have hired on staff out there? And I can't remember if it was 5 or 6 or...
Oh, it was more than that, Richard. I can't think of that exact number, but I was assured by Mr. Batty that they had hired the last one, and I think our concern that we discussed was of CR&R acquiring some other businesses in town or work that were they utilizing our employees, and I think that they addressed that this morning in our meeting. I had to step out, but we met for about 2 hours today to go through the contracts.
Okay, because I know that, I think at one time we were 1 short or 2 short, I'm not really sure. And it might have been fulfilled by now.
They are
So I'm just
as far as I
inquiring
know.
to see if that was fulfilled or not.
Yeah, I believe they have been. I'd be happy to look at that.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, presentations.
Oops, sorry.
That's okay.
The first one we have today is on our sea level rise. vulnerability assessment and local coastal program amendment, and that's by Moffitt and Nichols, and I'll let Amanda introduce the people.
So I'm very happy to introduce you to our team from Moffitt Nichols that's going to be doing our LCP update to address sea level rise. This is Russ Boudreau and Aaron Holloway and Stephanie Oslick, and they're going to do a brief presentation just to kind of get everybody aware of what they're going to be working on, and then we'll be seeing their faces over the next few months as we do some stakeholder meetings and outreach. So I'll turn it over to you guys.
Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Marshall and council members. I'm excited to be here and introduce the study. I'll share a little bit about the background and sea level rise and hopefully explain a lot of the questions we get always off the bat. And then I'll talk a little bit about what we have planned for the community engagement element of the study. As Amanda introduced us, Russ will be the project principal. I'll be managing the project, and Stephanie is our environmental planner. We'll be the three lead folks from Moffitt Nichols. A little bit of background. In 2014, the Natural Resources Agency of the state issued a Safeguarding California study, talked a lot about the climate risk the state was facing. About a year later, California Coastal Commission adopted their sea level rise policy guidance, which then put into place a lot of guidelines for incorporating sea level rise into general plans, local coastal programs, coastal development permits. Just about everything that falls within Coastal Commission's jurisdiction had to address sea level rise. So it's been a real focus of our work over recent years. And then even more recently, the California State Assembly passed a bill that mandated a sea level rise assessment of tidelands, and any entity that manages tidelands that gross more than $250,000 a year had to do a sea level rise assessment. So with that legislation, that's what's kind of brought us to where we are now. Just earlier this year, the state of California adopted new sea level rise guidance that talks about how much sea level rise and by when, and gets into the uncertainty around sea level rise. So California Coastal Commission has funded a part of this study through a grant aimed at updating the LCP. And then the city has provided in-kind staff funds and additional funding for the consultant. Moffitt Nichols, as I said, we've been doing this, focusing on this a lot in recent years. Some of the cities we've worked on similar sea level rise studies that fed into LCP updates were for the city of LA, Huntington Beach, Dana Point, San Clemente, Morro Bay, and Carlsbad. We're also doing several studies on tidelands in different cities. This doesn't include a lot of the coastal development permits we've been doing for just about every project that happens along the coast. And the challenge in Avalon is going to be unique, but there's already stressors on the community. And climate change and some of these sea level rise are just going to be another extra stressor that could really cause concern. So the purpose of the study is to really begin this advanced planning process, try to highlight some of these potential vulnerabilities and what can be done to kind of prevent any significant impacts. And so the goal is really improving the resilience of the community to shocks such as these coastal storm events and that type of thing. A little background on sea level rise. It's driven by regional factors and global factors. Regional factors include land movement, whether it's uplift or subsidence. Global factors are thermal expansion as the ocean warms, the water column expands, and the most significant element of sea level rise on the global level is loss of ice from glaciers and ice sheets. So if we take a large step back in time, the sea level has changed dramatically over geologic timescales. This plot is in meters, but it's generally showing, when you look at tens of thousands of years, that there's been hundreds of feet of sea level change. But recently, over our lifetimes and previous generations, there has not been very much sea level change, particularly where a lot of the development is happening along the coast. Sea levels have been relatively steady. There's been a steady rise over the past century, but nothing really significant as what is forecast over the next 100 years. This is a plot from the most recent Ocean Protection Council Sea Level Rise Guidance Update. As part of this study, we'll be looking at 3 thresholds. We'll be looking at 2 feet of sea level rise, 4 feet, and 6 feet of sea level rise. And when this happens, or when it could occur, there's a lot of uncertainty around that. It depends on levels of greenhouse gas emissions. It depends on how the ice sheets behave and respond to the changing climate. So there's just a lot of uncertainties. Obviously makes planning and designing for them difficult. But the idea is for us to look at a couple different thresholds and figure out how much capacity is there in existing systems and what could be done with future projects or plans to build more resilience and adaptive capacity into the community. So we've been out here, we've already done a kickoff meeting, we've toured around the island, so we know there's definitely unique aspects. And Pebbly Beach Road, we understand, has had a history of storm damage. It obviously links a very important industrial commercial area to the city. So what we're going to be looking at is, in the vulnerability assessment, is how do each of these elements in the city and other resources as well, including natural resources, how are they going to be impacted by climate change? We'll try to identify the key vulnerabilities. And vulnerability is a combination of how much damage does it suffer during a storm or high tide event, how sensitive is it to that flooding, and how much capacity does it have to adapt. So that's kind of the 3 criteria we'll be using to address these vulnerabilities. So this is just the general project approach. We're going to be, right now we're in the data gathering, taking an inventory of all the coastal resources. We've developed a draft community engagement plan. The next will be kind of the sea level rise hazard analysis. For each increment of sea level rise, what do the coastal hazards look like? How far landward could this flooding extend? That type of thing. We'll overlay that, compare with the resources, and figure out what those major vulnerabilities are and at what point would that possibly occur. And then the last task will be a targeted LCP amendment that takes into account sea level rise and is not going to be an all-inclusive amendment, but at least lay the groundwork for future comprehensive LCP update. So I want to spend a few slides just talking about the preliminary community engagement plan. The purpose is to inform and engage communities in this local coastal program process. There's a lot of information to share on these sea level rise hazards. It's going to affect a lot of different areas of the community. So the idea is to get the information out there, make it transparent, make it kind of a collaborative process, get input on some of the sensitivities of these different coastal resources, because a lot of times the community knows best about what's going to be impacted at this storm event or that storm event or this location. So that's really the main goal of the program. So there'll be different opportunities. We'll be doing outreach to specific stakeholders that we know have an interest or a stake in some of the impacted areas. We'll also be doing 2 public workshops at different stages of the study, and then also a planning commission hearing and a city council hearing to review the targeted LCP amendment. The preliminary idea is to have the public workshops on the same day as the council meeting, possibly before the council meeting, so that we can, in hopes of getting a good turnout. We're open to other ideas or other timing, but that's preliminary. That's what we're looking at now. We do a kind of an informational presentation to start and then have sort of an open house forum to collect feedback. And that's it. That's what we plan on doing with the study and where we're at. So, thank you.
In the time frame, kind of from here to the city council hearing, what are you projecting?
We think it'll be the end of 2019, I believe, is the...
Oh, it takes that long?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We think we'll do the first public workshop in November, December of this year, and then the second public workshop probably in the spring, and then the targeted LCP amendment will be later in 2019.
Are there any questions or comments by either the council or the citizenry? No? Okay, then I think you're good for now. Thank you so much, very much.
Thank you.
I mean, I have a lot of other questions, but those will be answered in the workshops. Okay, thank you. Okay, moving right along. Oh, we have another presentation.
So the next presentation is supposed to be a sediment study. The consultant isn't here yet, should be here at any moment from Dana Point. So once they come in, so we can take another presentation. I think we have a second one coming up here.
You said we're waiting for someone?
Edison.
Edison could go.
Oh, here.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Adeline Young with Southern California Edison. Thank you for allowing us to be on the agenda today. We are here to provide you with an update of what's going on in terms of the water situation here in the city. And with me are two of my colleagues. Before we go into providing you with information, I just want to introduce you one of the newest members over at the Pebbly Beach facility, Frank Beach. And he is our new water and gas production supervisor. So with that, I'm going to let him say a few words about himself. And it seems like he knows a lot of people already.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council, staff. As she said, I'm Frank Beach, the new water and gas production supervisor.
Oh, Frank Beach or Catalina Beach?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, okay.
Those are my grandparents.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm very,
You got a haircut or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm very excited to be here. Very excited to represent Southern California Edison. Very excited to serve the Avalon residents. And just to give you a little bit about my background, I've got 28 years of municipal water experience. My last position I held was Utility Services Manager with the City of Santa Fe Springs. I was in charge of all water engineering, daily water operations, regulatory affairs, compliance, and other duties as required. My education background, I have a civil engineering degree, also have a math degree. My state licenses, I've got a distribution 4 distribution operator's license and a treatment 3 operator's license. So with that being said, I'm very passionate about my job, very passionate about the end product, and I look forward to representing Edison and, again, like I say, delivering the best product I can to the Avalon residents. So thank you. And
Great. Thank you. Welcome home.
So Luke is going to provide you with some information about the water situation here, and you're quite familiar with Luke, and I'll pass it on.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council, city staff. It's an honor to be here this evening and share some information with you as it relates to the water system. As you know, we're using the Middle Ranch Reservoir as a gauge for island water health. And consistent with the forecast that we've shared previously, and then watching and monitoring and updating on a monthly basis thereafter, we have hit the 600 acre-foot level. So that's what's displayed here. And our goal is to, going forward, include this in the monthly water conservation report so that as we update it, you see the impacts. And so the way it's laid out, it's kind of a historical trend. And where you see that green hashed vertical line, that's the current date. In green underneath, that's the current level. So that shows historical trend all the way back to the last time we were at 100% capacity in the reservoir in 2011. And then after that is our forward-looking assumptions and forecast, being mindful of drought conditions on the island and using a 12-month snapshot of different drought conditions and injecting that in the forward-looking forecast. And so those assumptions are detailed in that box below. So as we look forward, and when we're above 300 acre-foot in the reservoir, we're forecasting an annual reservoir drawdown of 154 acre-foot per year, annual desal production of about 190 acre-feet per year. And then I've had the opportunity to start to look at the data the chamber collects and nicely puts together on their website and getting some inputs clarified so that we could identify what's included in the assumptions historically, so that as they provide current conditions, we could see how it's all lining up. What it doesn't include right now is we're trying to capture a good variable for climate, rain. Recognizing rainfall is not the best data point. There's also, days above a certain heat index, and so we look to inject that here so it's a easily understandable condition, because as you know, this year seems a lot warmer than past years, even though we've been in drought conditions, especially this summer, and so that also has a negative impact on evaporation losses from the reservoir. So as we go forward, that'll be shared monthly. The other key area of information is on the graphic on the top. There's a small box, and those are the key triggers based on the tariff. So the 600 acre foot, that's been hit at August of this year. And the next one we're really focused on is a 300 acre foot level, and right now that's forecast for July of 2020, so peak season of 2020. We'll continue to, keep eyes on that, and that helps us in our dialogue with different stakeholders and agencies as we're trying to push more projects forward and really show the severity a little more. As we go into the presentation here, and I think with our opportunity to share this information now and going forward, the importance of ongoing conservation efforts by the community and visitors cannot be understated, even with desalination production being at a higher capacity than historically. And if there are no further questions, I'll turn it over to Frank to kind of highlight some of those stage 1 conditions and monitoring conditions.
Are there any questions, Council?
Before you sit down, I just want to say thank you. I think this is really important information for the community, and I appreciate that you're sharing it with us.
Yes, and I neglected to mention earlier that I know Mayor Pro Tem Cassidy had also asked for this information, and we've been working on it, and also, on Councilmember Albers, we've been working on it. So we will be providing it monthly, as mentioned. So you will have the information, and this is information that I think will help the residents and the businesses understand that we're still in a drought. We have not lifted stage 1. So with that, I do want to have Frank talk about some of the conservation measures that we have been in place.
Thank you.
So Frank, how many days you been on board?
June 25th was my first day.
Oh, wow, okay.
I left the city of Santa Fe Springs June 22nd.
Okay.
And June 25th I was here.
Perfect,
So
okay.
like I say, very happy. But, and being new to Edison, I'm not new to the drought or conservation. We've been in this for several years. And I wanted just to review the mandatory water conservation stage 1 bullets that we have. And they're not different, or they're no different than what the governor has mandated for the state of California, pretty much. If you live in the state of California, whether we're in a drought or not, you are mandated to live under many of these guidelines here. It's just a sign of the times for the state of California. So with that being said, our mandatory water conservation plan has our reservoirs below 600 acre feet include no use of potable water resulting in runoff, ponding, or overspraying. There be no individual private washing of cars, boats, aircraft, unless you have a hose with an automatic shutoff nozzle or you're using a bucket. No use of potable water for construction purposes. No use of potable water for refilling pools, ornamental fountains, hot tubs, spas. And the potable water usage out of hydrants from now on will be for fire suppression purposes only. Restaurants are not to serve potable water unless the patrons are requesting potable water. Operators of hotels are to allow the customers to have the option of not having their linens laundered. No use of potable water to irrigate.
Would you repeat that one again, please?
The operators of hotels are to allow the patrons to have the option to not have their linens laundered.
Oh, okay.
So they don't, and again, many of these bullet points are tier 1 bullet points that I know the island residents have not left since we were in the drought. So many of these are already being enforced, and I'm just reviewing them with you. No use of potable water to irrigate ornamental turf on public medians. And within 48 hours of a measured rainfall, there is no irrigation, period. And Edison will be going back to kind of ramping up here in the near future and trying to be more visible for these conservation measures. You'll probably see us out maybe doing a little patrolling, looking around. We'll be enforcing the irrigation times of 7 to 9 a.m. in the morning, 5 to 7 in the evening, And all we're doing at this time, like I say, we're ramping up, trying to be more visible, letting everybody know that conservation is very important. And we're just looking to get the word out right now. That's what we're trying to do. And also, just to let the residents know, at 1 Pebbly Beach Road, in the main office there, we do have devices that will help all the residents. We've got low flow shower heads with shutoffs. We've got irrigation nozzles for your hose, automatic shutoffs, and things like that you can come in and pick up if you'd like. So.
And you also give us a supply at City Hall. We also have them here available for the public.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I did not know that. Thank you very much. So, that's all I have.
But I've got a couple of little comments. So pool covers and refilling of pools. I believe the pools that are in operation in Avalon have been very busy all summer long. So were they not supposed to fill their pools with water? What were they supposed to be doing? With all the either the evaporation or the splash out? I'm not aware of anybody who has a pool cover, number one, and I don't know what they're doing about their pools.
To my knowledge, I can only think, well, there's probably more than one pool. I can only think of one pool. Most pools have automatic fills. And prior to, say, the reservoir being below 600 acre-feet, you have your evaporation. There's a formula you can calculate to determine that and the water usage. Currently, that was allowed. As we ramp up and we become more visible, something like a pool cover may be a topic for customers that have pools. I know there's some hotels that have them that might have to be something that would have to be worked out.
Hotels and a couple of condo developments and that kind of thing, and that.
Right.
And okay, and then so and I don't know if this is so much a question for you, but just in general, I believe with the closure of the laundry out at Pebbly Beach, there have been washer and dryers brought into different establishments, and I don't know if that should be of a concern to us, either because they've been put in without probably approvals, or I don't know if approvals were necessary for people to put in washer and dryers at some of the hotels or restaurants that they're doing. Is that an issue or a concern of anyone's? I mean, because
maybe they were allocated water for that area. Like the laundry area was already allocated water for that, right? At one time?
I don't know. Well, what was the big deal we went through with the washer and dryers, with the washers recently?
Are you talking about the lint filtration system that the washers would need in the
That is one, and then
commercial?
just that if all of a sudden they put in a washer for the first time because they don't have that anymore, that's a bigger use of water. Is that, I don't know if that's of a concern of Edison, to see if the users of those have used more water because now they've installed the washer in their facility. I don't know.
Generally speaking, you just work with Edison for a variance, and you just present all your data to them.
But that makes sense. And weren't we charging people? But what?
Yeah, so it's we have our rates for wastewater based on the amount of water, and there was a discussion about the appropriateness of wastewater for laundry facilities. For the installation of new devices, I believe the Edison's rates are set upon, you go back a couple of years, and so if you're adding a washer and dryer, your water use is going to go substantially up, therefore you're going to be paying a heck of a lot more. I know that's Edison's rates, but I don't know in particular what they do with respect to approving installation of washers.
Well, we went around and counted them for some reason.
We counted them for the purpose of establishing what the rates would be. For the rates.
Property taxes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I couldn't remember. Okay. And then one other question. The water restrictors. This was before you, Frank, but you probably know, they put a lot of restrictive devices on people that were going over their allocations, and then they were all going to be removed at a $200 fee to remove them. Do we know what progress, or is that a completed project?
I have no historical information on that, although I would assume if you had a restrictor, it would be removed right now. I think somebody would have complained quite a bit if they were here trying to use their...
Well, a lot of us said to keep the restrictor on because we don't notice a difference, you know, so I don't know, maybe you can report back to see how that project has moved forward in removing those, or if Edison decided to keep them on.
I will do that. I will look into that further for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Do we have other questions of Edison? I have one more. And I don't know who's the best, maybe Luke, I don't know, or Linda. I'm getting different messages in town about the direction and the philosophy, or whatever you want to call it, of Southern California Edison as it relates to desal and the wells that are being proposed at Avalon Canyon. And it makes it difficult for us. You know, we wanted to provide support where we feel support would be good, but I'm getting differences of opinion on the well versus Edison and the direction of desal. I don't know if that can be clarified today, but if sometime in the future. I don't know what your philosophy has been, and I guess the other question is, I know we don't know about Prop 1 yet, but, and I don't know if you've all been thinking, if we don't get the Prop 1 money, what is the direction you're going to go as you supposedly and should be working towards sustainability? So, does everybody understand what I'm trying to say?
Mm-hmm. I'm kind of stumbling on philosophy, or
well, their direction.
Because my understanding is that if a developer can present a viable means of producing water,
right,
that creates new allocation water. But the question is whether, from a scientific basis, it's viable. I think has to be decided.
Or from.
And so I'm not really sure how that relates to desal.
Well, because
with respect to the wells.
Okay, because I'm hearing things that 1 minute Edison is behind that, looking at those wells there, and then the next minute I'm hearing somebody else that, well, no, they really are going to look at desal as the answer, and they're not going to consider those wells. And so I'm curious about that, and then what are their efforts going to be for some long-term sustainability with or without Prop 1, because that's going to be a big deal if we don't get Prop 1. It's not just about what the rates will be, but it's how we're going to solve the problem going forward.
Yes, I think I could speak to a couple things to the question there. There are a few in-flight initiatives that are all kind of supporting that overall objective of future sustainability as it pertains to the water resource. One is with the Bureau of Reclamation and the water reliability study. That's moving along, not super fast, but we're trying to pull in the right stakeholders and the right information to funnel that over to the Bureau for them to give to their technical resources and start to develop different phases and recommendations for that program. So that's underway. I believe we have the next stakeholder meeting in September.
Okay.
On the desal, we have not heard back on the status of award. We're not letting that stop our prerequisite tasks of completing the engineering and permitting. So we see it as, we still have work to do and progress to be made as we wait. And plan for the worst, hope for the best. So we're kind of maintaining that approach and including that dialogue with the different stakeholders we work with. And a lot of that information and the forward-looking, vision and condition of the island is just recognizing historically, a significant amount of water was relied upon on the freshwater resources, and given current climate trends since 2000, we're just seeing that we need a better balance.
Right.
And so that's what's really prioritized the desalination projects, and we'll focus our efforts on that. That's not to say it hasn't prevented us from looking at and exploring other water options on the island and understanding what exists today and what's the sustainable rate that they can produce long-term and in consideration of the current conditions.
So, and because one of the things you're saying, you definitely need new deep water wells.
Yes, that's probably the next priority step in long-term desalination enhancements is increasing the source capacity of the wells, the saltwater well system.
And so because it seems like everything's going to take years. Is that something that's currently, I mean, you're working on those permits and working on all of that right now, so
Yep.
that when we, okay.
Yep.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Any other questions?
I think Leslie does.
Oh, well, we have someone behind us, behind you there, Frank.
Leslie Warner, 306 Whitley. Thank you for your presentation. I'm wondering if you're still measuring the level of the Middle Ranch Reservoir every week, and if so, if you're providing that information to the city so that they could put it on their website. It hasn't been updated since August 3rd, and I think as a community, it really helps us to be informed about this information. And also, I was curious, I understood you were going to be redoing the tariff in terms of violations and how you were going to handle that and where we are in the process of that. Thank you.
The tariffs, I need to do some research on that. I'm not aware of a tariff increase. I'm assuming she's referring, are you referring to tariffs as far as violating the Tier 1, Tier 2 ordinances?
Right, fines.
I'm not aware of them being any different than what they previously were. I think the first time was a written notification. Second violation was $50. Third was $100, I believe. I don't know if those have changed, but if they have, we will notify council, staff.
Okay.
As far as the level of Middle Ranch Reservoir, yes, we are monitoring that, and at the point now where surveyors are coming over to shoot the water level for us because it's at a level where we need their services, and they will be over doing that. There is a crew here today, which they will be out tomorrow shooting the level, so we'll have an updated information for you as soon as they complete their work.
Great. Comments or questions?
Thank you.
I do want to clarify, I think historically the goal has been to provide the reservoir update monthly, as that just seemed like an attainable goal considering the other, utility operations, and in order to hit a target consistently. So this was the update of that level as of August 15th. And then the plan would be to share it again in September, that graphic. I think if there's a condition that there's a significant change in forecast and actual conditions, it'll be means to get it communicated sooner than that recurring schedule. But I know that's been what it's been historically, and that was the plan to go and move forward with it, was monthly.
We were doing it weekly at one point, were they not?
Yes.
I think
weekly.
Yeah,
when
it
we
had
were
been weekly.
close to stage 3,
Yeah.
they did.
Okay.
So, okay. I mean, I think something we could discuss and make sure we're
Okay.
aligned on how that is going forward.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question, Mayor?
See.
Luke or Frank, in the past, I don't know if it was just at stage 2, you had a number that you provided to the public as well as to City Hall. So when complaints came in about violators, we called a certain number at Edison. I'm not sure if it was a local number, but I'm thinking it was. Will that wait till stage 2, or will that be now?
I would have to look at our ordinance right now. I'm not sure, but I can
Maybe
find
as
that
you
out
ramp
for
up
you.
the enforcement of it, yeah.
Yes.
And then I would just wanted to point out to council, when I met with Ron Hyde, he had told me that they were working on getting another one of those needles on Wrigley Stage, the one that was destroyed in the storms.
Oh, okay.
Like the one we have.
Yeah. And so the little placards and all of that in the restaurants, does that not happen until a little later on, or probably? We're almost out of summer as well, but.
And I'm not sure what the written placards are at this
You know,
time.
about being water wise and just.
Madam Mayor, I believe that we had a plan when we hit stage 2, and that
Okay.
was when the placards were provided.
Okay.
So we're
couldn't
still in
remember.
stage 1, and
Yeah, so we're good till 2020.
well,
Yeah. And hopefully not having to do it then.
And I believe as the last update, when we did receive the last significant rain that put us back into stage 1, the signage and the placards were updated and provided. I think if there's businesses that find they don't have those resources, and we need to look at what we have in stock, and if we need to, we'll we'll find the number to call or just come to the office there. And
Okay,
try to
great.
provide that.
Thank you. Okay, and Paula, are you, a water question?
Paula Patterson, 221 Whitley, and desperately trying to follow this for the last, I don't know how many years, and you said that we use the reservoir for a gauge, which has always been my understanding. But I wanted to know, it has been, maybe something's changed, that for the most part, the town, are the desal plants supplying anything to the town, or are they going, are they up and running now? Or? They are. So and how much, I mean, we've always asked this question, like how much of the town water are they supplying, and how much of the town water is the reservoir supplying? Because it's, you know, it always is that we have lived under drought forever, and, you know, drought fatigue is an actual thing here, I think. And I just am curious to know, we always live and breathe by what the reservoir levels are, though I don't know if we're the people taking the water from the reservoir or if it's desal. Just a question. If there's been an update that I'm not aware of, that you guys know, and I'm just letting the community know.
So Paula, the report that they are starting to provide with this meeting tonight, and will continue to update on a monthly basis, contains exactly that information.
Can't. Thank you. Great, thank you. Well, oh, you got more?
Well, I was just going to, one additional comment too, just to go back. The desalination feasibility study was that first step in that effort of recognizing condition and sources to meet demand, and recognizing historical significant reliance on freshwater resources, and how to get in a condition that you could be better supported by desal. So that's, the feasibility study was the first step, and it identified how to get there from, you know, from here to here. And, you know, just by effectively accomplishing Plan 2, we made a slight step, but the next significant step is going to be through what we proposed in the grant enhancements.
Great.
And if the council will recall, it's been our contention that the tariffs should be revised to reflect the total water available to the city. Right now it's exclusively based on the reservoir, and when you have reservoir and desal, and at some point in time it makes sense to revise the tariff to more accurately reflect the water resources available.
I agree with that comment. Well, thank you very much. Well, nice to see you all, Frank. Nice to see you back in town. Okay. And Bob
Good evening.
Good evening.
Bob Greenlaw, Director of Public Works. We're on the presentation item for the sediment study. So just to bring everybody up to speed of where we're at for the people watching at home, we had at first produced the Avalon Harbor Sediment Analysis and Conceptual Remediation Study, and that was presented to council previously. And at the end of that, we said we wanted to have some more information. And we wanted to dig into the scope, cost, schedule, and funding sources details. So we tasked Michael Baker International again to provide a technical memorandum to update us on those pieces. So tonight we have Dr. Scott Jenkins and Max Shatila from Michael Baker International, and they're here to present the results of that study. So they're going to load up on the laptop here since they came in right off the ferry.
Great, thank you.
thank you. As mentioned, I'm Max Shatila, Dr. Scott Jenkins. We've probably met some of you guys all before when we presented on the initial study. As mentioned, the initial study was kind of the science behind the issues of why South Beach is eroding. So now we were then tasked with we came up with some previous solutions, but at that time we weren't really scoped to take them into detail. So this next step was looking at solutions of how to remedy South Beach and get it back to its, say, 1980s pristine, and then secondly, how do we prevent it from occurring again? So I'm going to have Dr. Jenkins here kind of give a recap a little bit on some of the science, just in case we might have forgotten some of that, and then I will then discuss the solutions that we've come up with. That there are several, depending on which way you want to go. So for now, I'll let Dr. Jenkins speak.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. I'm very happy to be here tonight. So briefly, everyone realizes that South Beach isn't there anymore. And my first experience in Catalina is when I flew over on the seaplane in 1974, and we literally just motored right up to the beach and climbed out of the seaplane, as you see in the upper right here. Beach was very wide, and you notice the sand levels went almost to the top of the seawall. And yet if you look in the lower left of this image, no beach is there, but even more remarkable is that there's no beach where the primary source of sand for this beach exists. The Avalon Creek is the source of the beach sand for South Beach, and yet right there at the mouth of the creek, not only is there no sand, but we've been scoured down to basically the basal conglomerate that's on top of the bedrock. And if you look just to the north, you see under Pleasure Pier essentially a building sand spit that is forming under the pier and accreting seaward. So the first thing we wanted to do is establish what is the causal mechanism that produced an erosion right where the source of the sand is, and yet then created this deposition pattern under the pier. And we got, first of all, some very detailed bathymetry, surveyed the harbor, and we did what we call a sediment balance, sediment budget, and calculated the losses, volumetric losses of sand on South Beach and the volumetric gains of sand underneath the Pleasure Pier and on Middle Beach, and we got a mass balance. And so the first obvious conclusion is the sand moved from South Beach and redeposited under Pleasure Pier. And about 5,000 cubic yards were involved in that migration of sand. Now, we first of all looked at the most obvious thing, which are just the waves by themselves as a causal mechanism. So we did a very detailed wave refraction and diffraction analysis. We gathered all of the available offshore wave data from the California Data Information Program, and in the left-hand panel on the top, that shows a 23-year history of the measured waves out there in the channel. And then with the computer, we refracted those waves into the harbor, as you see on the left-hand panel. And the wave heights are scaled on the bottom according to that color bar scale, but basically red is a high wave and blue is a low wave. And the interesting result is that the actual area of the erosion is in what we call a wave shadow, where you see the blue. The area around South Beach is actually a relatively sheltered area. And moreover, we did not find the evidence of any sort of trapped waves inside the harbor that might be excited by these incoming storm waves. And the storm waves originate either from the northeast Santa Anas or from prefrontal southeasterly swells. Those are the only kind of swells that can get into this harbor, which otherwise is on the lee side of the island. So this is a very unusual erosion problem. We have erosion right at the source. The wave refraction pattern itself shows that you have relatively benign waves where the erosion is most severe, and the waves that actually cause this are really not particularly extreme. So proceeding with going through more detailed computer analysis as well as photo archives, we are able to identify a certain type of event that causes erosion at South Beach. And that is when you have a combination of these high waves and high tides. And that allows the waves to actually break against the face of the seawall. And when waves reflect off a vertical wall, the wave height doubles. So that's the mechanism to take these benign waves and make them bigger, is reflection off that seawall. We also measured the sand grain sizes of the sand both on the beaches and offshore. From that information, we know how big a wave it takes to scour those sands off the bottom and resuspend them. And we calculated that over this 23-year period, there's roughly 120 of these storm events that had occurred to cause the erosion. Now, further analysis with the computer revealed that given that this is a wave shadow, the only thing these reflecting waves do is cause the sand to move onshore or offshore. They don't cause this net migration of sand to accumulate under the pier. But the one really remarkable thing about what's under the pier is this old relic sheet pile groin. And this groin forms a depositional template. So that was one of the pieces to the missing puzzle. You can't see this groin from any of the aerial photographs or any of the Google Earth images, but there it is at low tide. So what that did is allow a form, or a template, if you will, for sand that got resuspended by wave reflections to deposit there. But the question is, how did it get from South Beach to Pleasure Pier? There had to be something to provide a net drift to the sand. Once the reflecting waves off the seawall suspend the sand, something has to push it in this organized direction towards Pleasure Pier. And that something is the prop wash from the Catalina Express. Because they moor at floating docks, particularly in stormy weather, they run their engines, they run their thrusters in reverse. And that's to tension their moorings and maintain seakeeping while they're loading and offloading passengers. And you can see in the right-hand photo the prop wash, if you will, producing this current that's flowing right towards the seawall at the mole. And we had current meter measurements out there performed by Professor Stan Grant of UC Irvine, and he measured these current pulses that are created when the Catalina Express is moored at the mole floating docks, and they are reaching currents of about 20 centimeters a second. So we then took that current information and put them in a computer model. We used what's called computational fluid dynamics to see what kind of current would be produced on the broad scale of the harbor from the point where the current is generated by the Catalina Express. And what we found is when that prop wash impinges on the Cabrillo Mole seawall, after that impingement, it then produces a boundary current along that whole section of seawall that parallels Pebbly Beach Road. And as it gets near the beach, it makes a right-hand turn, and then that produces the net drift of suspended sediment that's produced by reflecting waves. Now, when that current then arrives near that groin, that concrete sheet pile groin under Pleasure Pier, it's deflected again offshore. So a net drift is imparted to the sand that's resuspended by the waves that causes the resuspended sand that is scoured at South Beach to migrate towards Pleasure Pier, and as that boundary current or that loop current from the prop wash bends seaward into deeper water, the current slows down and it drops the sediment. It drops it along the pier. And as you can see from our bathymetric surveys, you can see how all of the depth contours bulge outward, seaward, around Pleasure Pier. That was not a feature that was visible in the previous bathymetric survey that was done by Moffett and Nickel in the early 1980s. So this sets the stage then for an intervention strategy. So Mac is going to get into those solutions next. We did discount one of the possible possible ways of dealing with this problem, which is to look at the effect of wave dissipators on the seawall that runs along South Beach and Middle Beach. And that solution we had rejected immediately because it doesn't make sense. These wave-absorbing devices have such large footprints that they take up the very beach that we're trying to restore. So MAC is going to look at other solutions and give you the information on those.
So we're going to first look at kind of a two-step process. First solution, of course, is restoring South Beach. So as mentioned, the issue of losing South Beach has occurred over decades. And so if we can restore South Beach right away, you now have time to implement a solution to keep your beach, because it's not going to happen instantaneously, it's going to happen over time. So first we want to just focus on what type of process can we do to bring sand back to the beach, because it's not going to happen naturally, unfortunately. So we looked at several type of dredging operations. Real one I'm going to just show real quick, I'm going to go forward, is also we even looked at a possible city-operated sand bypass type system. But this one was quickly, at least not recommended, it was rejected, saying it's not a great recommended cost-effective solution for the city. I mean, although the city would operate it and could potentially operate it, say at times during the winter or when tourism wasn't at its peak, there's still just lots of costs with, you have to construct it, you have to, now you have a system that you have to maintain. It's going to require outside contractors to operate it. You're going to still have to have a loader and on a beach and just to grade the sand once you do discharge it back on the beach. So we just felt that although it gave you guys that opportunity to possibly build your beach when you want to, and here and there throughout the year, it wasn't cost effective, and it kind of just puts a lot more burden, I think, on the city than just a one-time shop, let's get your beach back right away. So that is where we come with our recommended solution of just a sand dredging program. Now we were in touch with several contractors. Right now we've moved forward with, say, cost estimating and conceptualizing a floating suction dredge, which is something like this up here in the upper right. You basically have a barge, and it's literally as it sounds. It's basically like a large vacuum on a crane, and it's just sucking. And now this, compared to, say, what do you call them, clamshell buckets? I mean, those, these are all methods. Now, a contractor may come in and say, you want to know what, we can probably do a much better job with a little bit of both. And if that's what a contractor wants to do and it's more economical for them, I mean, that is where the solution is going to come when it comes to dredging. Contractor is going to choose the means and methods to get the product that you guys want. So it could be a combination of suctioning under the pier because they don't have much accessibility, and then doing clamshells once you get off. But to them, it would be whatever most cost effective to them and, of course, to the city. But let me not get into that too much. So to show you here, these are just some cut profiles that were done by Dr. Jenkins, showing where we would cut from both Middle Beach and under the pier and then fill back on South Beach. Now, another component of this is speaking with these contractors is, Scott had just mentioned that there was about 5,000 cubic yards of sand that has migrated. Now, given this one opportunity to get your sand back, you probably want to now beef that up number a little bit, So we've assumed about 6,000 cubic yards of sand back on South Beach. And unfortunately, you may have to dredge more to get that, only because it's a slurry that you're throwing back on the beach, and you got to build up a berm wall. And so you might have to actually dredge upwards of 9,000 to get 6,000. Now, these are all, of course, variables. Not to say that it has to be. If the dredging goes right, you can get your 6,000 from your 6,000. But conservatively and at this level, we had to be conservative, and we have kind of conservative budgetary estimates that currently are using about 9,000 cubic yards of dredging to get 6,000 cubic yards on the beach. So as mentioned in that lower right there, we talked about the volume. Now this cost of $1.3 million, of course, seems like a lot, and it is. And it is a high conservative budget estimate. Most dredgers, most companies, contractors will only give you hard, rough numbers because they don't want to shoot low and then end up high later. So we feel this as kind of a very worst case. This is assuming 9,000 cubic yards. This is assuming, you know, as mentioned down below, this also includes the cost to remove that groin under the seawall. It's got the cost of having another contractor, probably a Jordan or somebody like that would come in and have a loader on the beach to grade all the sand that gets placed back on the beach. And also assuming 9,000 cubic yards. So if efficiencies are better and you get your 6,000, that's going to drop the cost. There are several other factors I'm trying to think off the top of my head here. I mean, 25% contingency too. So these are just lots of conservative budgetary numbers that we are assuming are worst case, that once you dig in deeper, you'll probably drop this number down considerably. I'm not going to go into this one much more again, but as mentioned, we did look at it, but we didn't feel it was cost effective. So now, assuming dredging goes well, and I will get in also to like the permitting and all that, you know, we assume the permitting process is probably about a year, maybe a little less if done swiftly, and could be done maybe a little more swiftly if done on so-called emergency basis, but the definition of emergency is hard to define, at least on our levels, and what the city defines, what we define, and what the public agencies define. So, although it is a safety issue, we see that. Sometimes they don't consider that an emergency, and they'll also see it as an economic issue. So, two things that we would consider, I think that's an emergency, and the city probably sees it as an emergency, but it would all in the end come down to how they sell it to the regulatory agencies, and if they see it that way. There could potentially be expedited processes, but you would have to go through we assume an ISMND, initial study, mitigated negative declaration for this, because you're still messing with a marine environment, especially in the harbor, that still have to go through an environmental process and permitting process. But I'll get into the details of that later. We kind of cover all the permitting later for both steps. So now if we're assuming we have our beach back, how do we keep our beach? And so basically, how do we prevent the loop cycle that we've been seeing? How do we prevent this from occurring? And so we looked at several options. One being modifying how the jet boats are actually anchored at the docks, at the floating docks. And I'm going to come back to these. I'm just going to show you the other two options. Option two is looking at actually stabilizing your floating docks. So now they can only move basically vertical rather than horizontal or any which way they want. They would only move vertical. And then the last one is actually building a deflection wall, some type of infrastructure to deflect this current. Now the first two options focus on preventing engines from running in reverse. So if we change their moorings, then they don't have to run their engines in reverse. If we stabilize the floating docks, they don't have to run their engines in reverse. The third option with the deflection wall is assuming that we let them continue to run their engines in reverse, and now we just deflect that current off into the harbor and it doesn't reach the beach. So how do we choose which option is best for the city? Well, we recommend, this is something that came up later in the study, of actually as the most cost-effective of modifying the anchoring and mooring practices of the Catalina Express. Now, this is what we would recommend if we weren't going to have like any other changes to the mole or anything like that, or if the city had ideas of implementing, say, new ideas for the mole, which we know that there's some discussions and future projects possibly for the mole. So maybe there are some benefits there, and that's where that option 3 comes in with the deflection wall as a possibility. So you do nothing now, and you build this improvement into your future. But let's just go over each one, and I just kind of want to give you an idea, though, of how each one, how we look at it. So modifying the anchoring and mooring practices. This is something that was brought up to us, having the basically a resistance weight now on the vessels. This produces, this kind of describes it a little bit better. I don't know if this monitor will work on TV. Yeah, no. So these triangles here, these are more like a resistance weight. So you currently have mooring lines that go from the bow of the ship to, that is the bow, right? I'm not laying it down. We'll get it here. Bow to then the seawall. And from there, you currently just have a rope and that's it. But now you would envision basically an anchor weight, which is similar shown here to, this is the SpaceX barge out in the port of LA. What that does though is it keeps basically tension on the lines and on the boat or moor, whatever you're mooring. And so what that does is, so that, when they come in, the only difference now would be is they have a rope on the dock, they throw it over to their guys, they still come in, now they pull their boats back a little bit to...
You need to use microphone.
Oh. Got it. So that is putting resistance weight on the boat. So that's your step one. You come in, you pull in like normal, you throw that line on your boat, and now you pull the boat back a little bit to produce your resistance. And then comes in the second point, which is what we call this dead man anchor that would be installed on the seafloor. It comes in, it then comes up and connects to the floating dock. There would have to be a structural improvement to the floating dock from that connection up to where the cleats are on top. And then at that point, you then tie your boat to the back. And so now you've got a position in the back and the front that you're tied off to, and now the floating dock and the boat are basically together and taut and now being resistanced by this weight. Now all the detail engineering for this, determining the size of these weights, the size of these dead man anchors, the tensions on this stuff, was out of the scope of the study, but that would be your next step, is basically the design of which option you want to move forward with. But we see this as a cost-effective solution of just changing the way that they moor up. So it doesn't really necessarily, it's not a drastic change for Catalina Express on how they operate and how they moor. But another option though, which is, what's that? So as shown down here, the cost is, and these are ballpark figures also. We assume that this is kind of a conservative number of $650,000, but this is also assuming one for each floating dock, as shown, basically 1 through 3, 4, and 5. So you would it's basically a third for each. So it depends on if you want it on all 3 docks or just on one, and maybe they take turns when they come in, but that would be something to be decided. But as shown here, it kind of gives a list of what is needed. These 3 concrete dead man anchors on the seafloor, the resistance weights on the bow line, and then of course larger chains and stronger mooring lines that would need to be used. So another option, still allowing Catalina Express to run their engines in reverse, are installing spud piles which stabilize the floating docks. Now, I have a lot of text here, but spud piles are connected using these spud collars, also shown in the lower right. That again is something that has to be designed. These pictures here show a New York location. They are strong and beefy compared to, say, these ones. These are what we call tripod spud piles. These are what you would see in the Port of Long Beach at the Catalina Express. Now these aren't as strong as something that you would need here because the Port of Long Beach is well protected and they don't get the forces that you guys get here. And so you see this, but you can get the idea of, okay, this is how they work. But looking at either of the collars here, those would just bend and warp and basically snap with some of the forces that you have here at Avalon Harbor. So therefore, if we were to recommend, we do recommend dock stabilization. There we go. But again, it just comes down to what does the city want to move forward. This is a more costly solution. So that's why we recommend option 1 if you're trying to just find a way to get them to stop running their engine in reverse. But as you can see here on these corner spud piles, they are extensive. They are drilled into the bedrock. They are filled with concrete. There's steel caissons. And then, of course, the collars around them are going to be strong steel that, of course, the actual size have not been designed, but we know that we're going to be in the line of some, in the realm of something like these that are used out in New York. These are along the river. They can handle hurricanes and other strong forces that you see out there. So if they can handle those, they can handle here in Avalon.
May I ask just one question?
Yes.
On the 1 and 2, the ones that you're recommending the most, it looks like this second one, this one that's in the ground, so they don't have a ramp problem. It's that people would always enter flat, or does it create a?
The floating dock will still float vertically, and so they would still moor and tie into the floating docks the same as they usually do, except now they just don't have to run their engine reverse because they're doing that to keep the floating docks taut.
Right.
But now they are taut. They're not going to be moving all over. They're just going to float up and down with the tide.
But this one looks like it's just flat and looks like it wouldn't be affected with the tide, that the boat and the ramp would be.
I know, it definitely moves.
Yeah, that's what the collar is. So the collar moves up and down the pole.
Oh, so the ramp they've still got the ramp.
Yeah. That ramp is definitely going to be going up and down with the tide.
But like this?
Yeah, at times.
Okay.
It could be.
Okay.
Very well could be.
Okay.
I mean, this kind of shows more of an angle to this one. These are different just photos of the one in New York. This one was literally just built, I believe, in 2016.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
Is, just because you keep referring only to Catalina Express, and we have several different providers that come to the docks, I was not aware that Catalina Express is the only company that leaves their vessels in reverse.
Agreed. No, this goes for everyone. We are singling out Catalina Express, but if you do read the report, we are very clear to say it's all jet boat operators. And that anyone that runs their engine in reverse is adding to this problem.
And then does that hold true, or how does the wave movement, how is that affected by the boats that are on the pier that leave their vessels in gear, whichever way they're leaving them?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, the mole is not the only place where vessels are left in gear. It also happens on the pier. But none of your report has any data about the vessels on the pier. Are they contributing to sand moving further out?
I would assume not. We do not take into consideration that, but I'll actually let go ahead.
Regarding the pier, the boats on the pier, number one, aren't as high of RPMs as the boats on the mole. And they need less RPMs just to stay against the dock. So the effect is not the same. Although you make a good point about the Express, this has been happening since the 60s when they put this in. I mean, this is not just an Express deal. This is the Catalina cruise ships, cruise boats when they came in, remember the red and white ones, 2-hour trips back and forth? They did the same thing with the reverse. This is accumulation of all the years of this happening, and this is what we have today. So, but on the pier, those glass bottom boats, the dive shop boats, the SCI company boats, although they put them in gear, it's nothing compared to what the forces that we're dealing with here.
And there's two reasons for that. One is, as you mentioned, the force. But two is also just the location. It's the Cabrillo Mole location and that force that's driving that current along the seawall towards South Beach. If you're over by the pier and you're reversing, your thrust is going into the bay, and so it's not acting on this issue at South Beach. But so moving forward on any other questions first on those two?
Sorry.
No problem. Because those are the two that are focused on allowing them to still run their engines or not have their run their engines in reverse. So now we want to look at options of, how can we let them run their engines in reverse, and what could we do? Now, when we started looking at this, we were looking at this and we're like, hey, yeah, just deflect the current, no big deal. But when we came back and gave kind of an update presentation, that was when they then gave an update to us of other issues going on in the harbor that are that are being caused. So all I'm going to walk away from the speaker and just want to show something. So over here, up here in this area, I don't know if you guys can all see this. So this is where the seawall rock revetment basically is at the angle of where the jet boats, where the strongest current is coming in from the jet boats, it's starting to undermine the sand under the Cabrillo Mole. So the rock revetment, also just known as the seawall right there by the Cabrillo Mole, as they've done some dive surveys and looked at some stuff, we were then told that they're starting to see all kinds of sand undermining and all this stuff from that. So that's when we then just said, okay, well, if we do put in a wall or some type of infrastructure to move this current, that's great. We've solved the South Beach problem, but it's not going to solve that problem. You're still going to be getting undermining of the sand at Cabrillo Mole if they run their engines in reverse. So that's why we feel like if you are to move forward with an infrastructure project like this to move the current, it has to be part of a bigger project if you want to solve all your problems. It would solve the South Beach problem, which is great, but you're still going to be having that Cabrillo Mole sand undermining problem. So if we were to move forward, though, with some type of infrastructure, what we were calling a deflection wall, we said at a minimum it has to be at least 70 feet long, but could then be upwards of 100 or whatever else you guys wanted. The cheapest alternative is a simple rock jetty. Basically extend your seawall out. The disadvantage of this, though, is you would utilize too much of your harbor. The footing, it comes down at an angle, and now you're losing space in your valuable harbor. So although it's a cheap solution, in the long run, we don't see it being advantageous for the city. Another one would be another cheap solution is simple sheet pile wall or a timber wall, as shown here in the second one. Again, a cheap solution, wouldn't take up as much space, but also not too visually appealing, and it doesn't really add any additional beneficial use to the city. Now, the third option, although more expensive, provides the city with possibilities. You could have, say, more moorings off of this. You could have additional businesses on top of this. You could have all types of additional potential new tax revenues from a facility like this. So this is why we mention moving forward with something like this. If you were going to do, I'm going to actually jump ahead, and we're going to skip that for now. This is what we envision if we were to move forward with something to deflect the current. So if you're going to still allow Catalina Express or any jet boat operators to run their engines in reverse, we would want some type of new seawall. Now, I know that you guys are looking at Cabrillo Mole improvements. I'm not sure what the extent is of them. So we kind of just showed, we threw out a proposal here, an idea that, if you moved, say, if you installed a new seawall basically at the toe of the existing rock revetment and just built straight up, you can then, of course, backfill your rock revetment, and now you would get another 10 or 15 feet of real estate at the mole. And that would be going all the way from, say, the edge of the mole all the way down to the facility, and going across 4 and 5. And then if you then bring it across, then you kind of come up to where our so-called deflection wall would be. Whether this was the deflection wall or this or that, the rock jetty, whatever it would be, this would be the approximate location of where you would want it. So how do we make it beneficial for the city? So we looked at, if you build a seawall around it, now you're already building a seawall anyway. Now you just jet out, put out a 70-foot seawall, and add a pier. Now you've got potential areas for new floating docks, potential areas for new businesses, and potential new tax revenue. So we were just looking at ideas of how can we make these improvements that will be costly, but still work for the city and give you an opportunity to even make that money back. So that is where we came up. That's what we would recommend if you were to move forward with a deflection wall, because now you still need to solve the issue of the Cabrillo Mole undermining. So if you were, so it's kind of a bigger project now if you're going to do that. But as we mentioned, the cheapest solutions are just getting so yeah, the cheapest solutions, as we mentioned, are just finding ways to not have them run their engines in reverse. So that's where we recommend number one is the mooring and anchoring recommendation. But if you did want to find a way, or if you were looking at opportunities to do work at Cabrillo Mole, and I just don't know what your envisioned plans are there, this is an opportunity to build up the mole, get yourself more real estate, and have a new deflection wall, and now everybody can still operate the way they do, and you still now have new real estate for potential city revenue. So that being said, though, what is it going to take to actually do any of these projects in the sense of your permitting and environmental documentation? So let's start just with the dredging. I kind of went over some of this already, but we envision that if you want to move forward with the dredging operation right away. You want to get your beach back, so we want it uncoupled from anything else. This was something that we had talked about with the city, and would it be piecemealing per se in the regulatory's eyes? We don't feel that this way. They're not. Each project does not have to. They don't rely on each other. So this would move forward with dredging, as you mentioned, in a safety and economic reasons. So therefore, we would try and expedite it, and it could be decoupled, and therefore it could also be done on an ISMND rather than a full-blown environmental impact report, which I assume we all know that just adds more time to the project. So to restore, we mentioned here, it should be done separately from any harbor modifications, and we do not feel that it would be the so-called piecemealing for just the dredging. Now, if you were to move forward, let me just jump to the next one. If you were to move forward on the other project, the harbor modifications, that is an opportunity now where you can do your Cabrillo Mole and these harbor mods together as one. You can't, you wouldn't be piecemealing it, and it would be done under a full-blown CEQA environmental impact report. But the dredging operation, though, there are certain aspects that have to be done. There's a sampling and analysis plan. This is kind of a draft document that you work through as you're going through with the regulatory agencies. You start with the Army Corps and the EPA, and then you also determine if you need a geophysical survey. This is a survey done, the permit's done through state lands, and this is basically determining the bathymetry and the thickness of your sand that's out there. And that's basically how they come up with the ideas of, okay, you can take this much sand from this area, you've got a lot built up over here, you got some built up over here. So we're not 100% sure if they are gonna require it, but for now we would assume that geophysical survey would be needed. And then you move forward with a sampling analysis plan, which stays kind of in a draft form as you move forward through the regulatory process. And as mentioned here, you need your Army Corps Section 404, which then also, of course, triggers your Regional Water Quality Control Board, water quality certification. And then there's just lots of consultation. There's not necessarily permits, but you have to consult with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, NOAA Marine Fisheries, all these entities. And of course, if there is funding sources that come from federal funding, well, then now we're looking into also a CEQA NEPA type document also. And we'll talk about funding sources here at the very end, because there definitely are funding sources for both dredge operations and improvements to your harbor. Now, it doesn't change much. The only real change between dredging and doing actual infrastructure modifications is basically the environmental report. So where you could probably get away with a MND, mitigated negative declaration for dredging, you would probably need a full-blown EIR for any structural improvements for the harbor. And as we mentioned, tying it with the Cabrillo Mole improvements would be the best, I think, to make legally defensible for the city. Really, the only difference is the Coastal Commission would probably provide a waiver under the dredging operation. You would need a full-blown coastal development permit, though, for your modifications. A lot of the same Section 404s, same consultations, Nothing really changes too much on that, and the only difference is the state lands geophysical survey that you don't need for a modification. So just to wrap up each step, whether we're dredging or doing the modifications, we're going to kind of give our final recommendation, next steps if you were to move forward, and the funding opportunities. Now, real quickly, in the funding opportunities, we just list here what they are. Of course, in the report, we give it a lot more detail. There's websites, descriptions of where it's coming from, all the funds and all that. But just showing here that there are, NOAA's got one, the Department of Fish and Game, or the Boating, Department of Boating and Waterways, the California Shoreline Erosion Control and Public Beach Restoration Grants. These are both applicable to the dredging and could even possibly be applicable to harbor modifications that are dealing with the fact that you're losing a beach. So they, I think, could be sourced for both. But our recommendation, as mentioned for the dredging, is to begin quickly, and this is a dredge operation to restore South Beach with native sand that's already in the harbor. I mean, there could be discussions of importing sand, but with that still comes lots of other issues. You still have to confirm that you're getting sand of similar, value. Are you going to be getting just dredged muck from somewhere else, or you're going to get your native sand that's basically just sitting right there? It just needs to be moved. So the next steps, if you were to move forward, of course, are procuring an engineering consultant to basically design the dredge program, move forward with geophysical surveys, geotechnical data, and start preparing the sampling analysis plan. And then they would help provide any inputs to your environmental consultant, who would move forward on your environmental documentation, your MND, and your regulatory permitting process. Doesn't change too much for the harbor mods. As I've kind of mentioned, you got two solutions. You can move forward kind of short term and get your boats to stop running in reverse by implementing an improved anchoring and mooring system. Or you do no improvements now and you kind of wait for a bigger picture to let them still operate the way they do, but with improvements to Cabrillo Mole and potentially a new, we call it a deflection wall, but it would basically become a new useful tool for the city to use as a new pier, new moorings, something of that sort. You would move forward with that project. We envision at least a year of permitting and environmental documentation. The EIR process, is probably a minimum of a year just to produce it. Then you got your review periods, 30-day review periods. I'm sure you guys are all well aware of that process that you have to go through. Next steps, though, are similar. This is where you would want to procure more of a coastal engineering consultant, one with structural emphasis for seawalls and coastal infrastructure, design the modifications, and then, of course, an environmental consultant. Again, these can be the same company. They cannot be. Sometimes you can go separate. It all depends on how the city wants to move forward with procuring those consultants. And as mentioned, same funding opportunities, and of course, all of this is still fully detailed in the study that I'm not sure if you've been given.
Yes, we have.
Okay, good. On that note, again, this was just that additional harbor mods. This was a kind of the Cadillac solution, you could say, and then the moorings and whatnot are kind of like your Corolla Camry solution, I guess. But that is it in a nutshell, and I assume there's probably several questions.
I have a starting question. Local folklore here on the island, long before my time, I've heard that there was dredging that used to happen every single year or prior to summer season. And it's probably a question for our harbor department. But is that true? Did the harbor used to dredge every year?
No, but I'm a short timer here. I've only been here 60-some years. What they used to do is they used to get truckloads of sand from Ben Weston, and they would drive it down and they'd pour it in there. They may have dredged once or twice, but I got to tell you, I don't ever recall them doing that.
Or moving the sand around?
Well, what they used to do years and years ago, they would, and we have pictures of that, loaders would come down and dig big holes in the sand on the beach and put that sand up on top with the thought that the tidal would move that sand out of the harbor onto the beach. I don't think that worked. And again, they started going through Ben Weston, truckloads after truckloads of sand, and they'd dump it on the beach. And you've been here longer than I have. Yeah, don't be looking behind you.
Well, yeah, and I think that's
JJ,
kind of the
how many-
stories that I've heard.
Right.
The stories
And how
are.
many cubic yards do you think we would bring in the summer? When we were bringing it from Ben Weston to?
I mean, I don't know, a bunch. I mean, there were truckloads on truckloads.
Right,
and
because that was one of
truckloads.
my questions, is
Yeah.
whether the addition of sand is something that exacerbated, it's actually for the engineers.
Yeah.
Would the addition of sand, which did happen continually, have exacerbated this situation?
Well, I think what you're asking is that if we put more sand in, will it continue to move out?
Which is historically what happened.
Historically, as it moves out.
Well, you will
We gotta
always
fix
have
this.
seasonal migration.
Right.
But without this loop current that's moving into
Closer to the mic there, please. Thank you.
Yeah, so the loop current is what's moving into the pier. So you will get seasonal, and Dr. Jenkins could probably go into very scientific detail about this, how, you're gonna get sand in the summer and out in the winter. But usually that's just a frontal and back movement. Now that we have this continual loop current going with that, it's all being pushed that way. So, I mean, I would have Scotty kind of describe that, but I mean, it's...
No, and I read that, I mean, I understood the balance,
Yeah.
essentially, of the wave action.
But on another note, we were aware that, there was some excavation at times, I think in the early 90s and even before that, which we found very surprising that you guys were actually taking sand from the beach. But that came down to another question that we've never really got clarity on is, as Scotty was saying, one of the major sources of sand is your Avalon Creek. And so when we were early in the study, I basically walked Avalon Creek from Crescent Avenue all the way as far up as I could go. And I mean, it past the golf course and everything, it is pretty much cemented. And therefore, if you ever did used to get resources of sand from sediment erosion, and it's now gone. You're not going to get any more sand from Avalon Creek because you basically have concreted the whole thing. So unfortunately, that source is gone. And
It doesn't rain anymore.
And there's no rain, so.
and we're not getting any rain anytime soon anyway either. But that was one reason, or at least a hypothesis of why, another reason of lost sand is that the more you concrete your channel, the less erosion, and that honestly is a source of beach sand.
Well, we did balance the sediment budget though, and going back to the 1980s, roughly the new deposition from 1980 till 2017 that's occurred under the pier more or less balances the sand that was lost on South Beach. But Mac is right. As the watershed gets hardened, you're no longer getting sources of new sand. If man had never built here in Avalon Harbor, South Beach would no doubt continue to grow. The beach would get wider and wider and wider, and it would also be more sand over towards the casino as well. So that's another reason why you need to dredge. Is you're not going to get any natural replenishment.
Right. Any questions from the community?
I actually have a few.
Oh, you?
Some questions. Thank you. So I appreciate that this is more art than science, sometimes trying to guesstimate how much it's going to cost to do something here. But I noticed in your preliminary, the big study, the sedimentation analysis and conceptual remediation, that you were guesstimating that dredging would cost about $20 a cubic yard. And it seems like we're way beyond that number when we get to the technical memorandum.
Yeah, I'd have to go
Right,
back
because we
and I
started with a
recall-
number like 325,000, and admittedly, I realize you were saying that's about 5,000 cubic yards, and you think to be on the safe side, we want to
Yeah,
look
no, I
at
think
something
those
between
were done,
7 and 9,
you
but
know-
my math, that math doesn't.
No,
work.
you bring it up right, and I knew that would probably get brought up. Be like, hey, we did put an estimate in the first one, which was done, without consultation with dredging.
Okay, so what are you hearing a cubic yard for dredging?
I think it's in this in the next one. Yeah, about 115.
115.
Yep.
And then is the number for mobilization and demobilization of the dredging machinery itself still at about 200?
Yeah, I mean, it could be anywhere from 100 to 200. It all depends on what type of equipment we're bringing. But yes.
Okay, and then, this is kind of a goofy question, but you described the problem of, dredge up the slurry, you stick it on the beach, the waves come and wash it away, and it's like for every step you take, you're... Right.
And so they build it.
Okay, so is there any means by which, a mechanical means by which you can create a barrier by which to build up against, like a K-rail or something in existence?
Exactly. There are probably definitely, like I said, solutions and other ways to make this cost go down. And find a way to only have to dredge that 6,000 that you're going to do and cut, 3,000 down to 115 right there. So this was worst case, but that's why we feel that you would never be more than this if you even come close to this. But we had to at least show worst case.
Okay. And if we solve the prop wash problem, are there any other new forces out there? Like, we seem to be getting surgier summers. There's some sea level rise. We can already see when we get storms, the amount of overwash is significantly bigger than it used to be. Is that something that's built into this? Is that built into this?
Well, that is not, but as he had mentioned, his initial thoughts on that dead zone, that South Beach is actually.
Let me just comment on wave climate.
Ray, would you hand him the microphone, please?
Yeah, let me just comment on wave climate. It's kind of one of those eye of the beholder things, how long your frame of reference is. But the fact of the matter is the real natural cycles on wave climate are controlled by what's called the Pacific Decadal Oscillation. And that's a very large-scale process by which El Nino gets enhanced for several decades at a time, and that's called the warm phase of the Pacific Decadal Oscillation, and that's when you get your really big waves and stuff. And then that's usually followed by another couple of decades of colder North Pacific waters and smaller waves, and the waves are from a more northerly direction. So we only had available wave measurements that went back to it was like 1993, and so we've missed some of the wave climate prior to that, when there was a change in the swell direction and a change in the actual heights. But it is a statistical fact that over the last 50 years now, wave heights are just progressively getting higher throughout the entire North Pacific. And so this is believed to be a global warming disturbance on top of this Pacific Decadal Oscillation. Pacific Decadal Oscillation, we know, has gone on for at least 5,000 years. And we know that from the fish scales in the seabed sediments. When we're in the warm phase of the Pacific Decadal Oscillation, the sardine populations predominate. And so, like a tree ring, for those 2 decades or so, we get mostly sardine scales in the seabed sediments. When we move into the cold phase of the Pacific Decadal Oscillation, anchovy predominate. And then we get a following layer of anchovy scales. So if you core the seabed sediments, it's like tree ring counting. And you can see that normal oscillation went on for 5,000 years. But with global warming now, everything's getting tilted in unknown ways. But we know it's a fact that waves in the North Pacific are getting progressively higher from year to year for at least the last 50 years. And that has spanned more than 1.5 cycles of the Pacific Decadal Oscillation.
Okay. So you talked about a shift in the wave direction in the harbor?
Well, the waves have a directional shift between those two phases of the Pacific Decadal Oscillation. And there's a more southerly direction to the ocean swells when you're in the warm phase, and a more northerly one when you're in the cold phase. I might also add, though, that the Santa Anas are much stronger in the cold phase. So we believe, in a cold phase of the PDO, believe it or not. But again, all of these normal cycles that we know from historical observations are being now readjusted by global warming effects.
But now, just to follow up on that, based on
stand up, please.
based on Dr. Jenkins' figure up here showing the wave shadow, I want to explain that a little bit more of how even if we do start to see larger waves, we're still, how do you describe like the whole shadowing effect?
Well, yeah, just the way the harbor is oriented and the angle of the coastline. The only swells that can get in are from northeast Santa Anas or from the southeasterly swells of a prefrontal storm in the winter. Mm-hmm. And regardless of those two directions, the wave direction is changed as it comes in over this complex bathymetry of this harbor. The area of South Beach is a wave shadow. The waves are relative to elsewhere in the harbor, smaller in that one location, which is what made the erosion of South Beach so perplexing. Yeah. Well, it's not normally an eroded area, and moreover, it's an area that's right where your source of sediment is. And that would be the last place you would think, if I looked at a virgin coastline, where I would see that kind of an erosion. So that tells you that man has done some kind of intervention, and that intervention is our boats, that are moored at the mole and creating this loop current.
So the groin fingers that existed there before did prevent some of the agitation of the sand from the prop wash.
And
Did
we're
it
talking
slow
about
it down?
The seawall that's right outside the creek discharge.
Mhm.
So yeah, we were assuming that when they were standing. No.
Yeah. Right there.
Okay, yeah, there's the ones upper right.
Yeah, you can see one.
But then we show it falling over here. There it
Right.
is. So yeah, we assumed that those were helping at the time when they were up and working, that they were at least helping deflect that current a little bit. But again, only at certain tides, because they didn't extend out far enough. But they were helping. And then of course the groin under the pier is just basically helping keep the sand at the pier.
Right, and that was one of the questions. So as I read what you're saying, if we correct the prop wash and we do the dredging, why would we want to remove or need to remove that concrete sheet groin?
Technically, you would not have to then. At that point, it's more of something.
And what do you think what was the purpose of that?
Our only thought was, which we found out later after another meeting, is that there used to be another pier north of Pleasure Pier, correct?
Yeah.
And maybe those steamboats, and there was that wash that they were trying to prevent sand from going that way. So that's our only thought, though. But again, that's just hearsay. We don't really know for fact.
By the way, the reasoning for removing that groin, it does create local deposition. Even if we took the prop wash away, you would still get a little more enhanced shoaling of sand along that groin, and we believe that was not a desirable result because of the way it interferes with the small boats who are trying to moor in those very shallow waters there. I can't remember the name of the guy who rents Joe's Rent-A-Boat. Yeah.
Right.
So right now he has, at low tide, no keel cleaners. His boats are running aground even at the dock. So that was the thought in removing that groin, is to give you more mooring access along the whole length of Pleasure Pier, even into the shallow water areas.
Right, and the number that you attached to that was what, I think, 35,000, I think.
Yeah, I was going to say, it really is not an expensive.
It's not a huge expense.
It's small compared to the bigger problem, and it's not like you have to remove the whole thing. You basically just need to go about I'd probably say about 10 feet deep. Who knows how deep these things go, if they're actual sheet piles and how far, but it's not like you have to remove the entire sheet pile. You just need to go deep enough so that it doesn't affect the high and low tide.
So the last question I have is, because the way it's being presented to the city council, and unfortunately we don't have a lot of money right now, and grant funding takes a while, is proceeding with this dredging when my sense is I'm not sure that it's as much of an emergency, a safety emergency, and I'm wondering, have you talked with Mr. Vienma or looked at temporary engineering solutions maybe to protect, so is the danger to the existing seawall that if we have big storms that they're going to get washed out, or is it just that we have another summer where people are saying what happened to the beach?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't look at the long term, but I mean, yes, the issues are.
No, I'm talking like a year and a half.
Well, even that undermining the seawall is going to probably be your biggest safety concern, and then of course just tourism and aesthetics and use. But that would be your structural issue, is undermining the seawall, which is starting to show. Yeah. And I believe you already have problems undermining with storm swells. Yeah.
I just wanted to point out that if you look at that lower left-hand picture there, we don't know how deep the footing is on that seawall there that fronts that little short section of Crescent Drive and the intersection it has with Pebbly Beach. The erosion is so extensive there now, you may start to have, if you don't do anything, you may in 5 years or something have undermining of that seawall, and it might fall forward from the weight of the backfill. So there is that safety concern.
Right, but you said 5 years. I'm talking about a year and a half to a 2 year
we don't
time
know.
frame. No. I appreciate it. I'm not going to hold you to it. I'm just trying to get a sense.
But I believe you guys have already seen the problems with the storm swell and undermining the seawall, and it's sucking the sand now up from the upper beach. And I mean, that will just continue.
Right. No, I was here in 1994 when Moffitt and Nichol did the study, so believe me, I know.
I would say it's a strong possibility. We experienced many sinks on South Beach and Palapa Beach over the last just couple of years, persistently. And after we had a major storm, we'd have a sink and we'd repair that and then give it more time, and then that had another failure. So we've repaired major sections of it, which is a good thing, but it's not a permanent solution.
No, it's not a permanent fix. I agree. I'm just trying to figure out the risk versus the benefit in terms of being able to chase down some grant dollars to do this.
We're right now, from what we repaired in this last storm damage, and we've put probably $50,000 into that beach in this last storm event, and we were at the bottom of the footing. We were putting rocks and concrete in there just to mend the hole, and because what would happen is as the waves come up, it just vacuums out whatever, and then we start getting the erosion at the top because the waves are very high because of the wave refraction. We're seeing very high waves, and all of a sudden we get a hole develop, and now it's just vacuuming out every, big holes of all the sand. So it is a significant safety and risk issue. And so what previously council had said, hey, at least we're interested in an RFP to get some engineering done, and without the price tags to it yet, we just had the initial price tag, we were interested in trying to move forward more quickly than waiting for maybe some of the funding that would come from at least boating and waterway. We need to make that decision. How quickly, I think that's one of the biggest pieces of direction you can give us tonight, how quickly you want us to react to that and in what methods. And if we're going to decouple the dredging operation from the structural improvements, because that's what I was recommending before when I asked for that RFP and the dredging, because I saw both the economic issue from getting the loss of the sand at the beach, having also the erosion that happens during the storm events that we're getting on a repetitive basis, and then also the ability, the safety that we're seeing. We are going to be putting railing across the whole beach here very quickly, within this next month. We've got the material in hand so that at least we don't have that fall capability over the top of the seawall right now. And so all of those pieces point to us that it's becoming pretty high risk. And those high risk pieces means that we're going to get some good benefit for whatever dollars we're spending on that, So that's at least my thinking, and my recommendation is decouple and start heading toward those solutions. And as we head toward those solutions and that engineering, keep on reporting to you, and hopefully we find our way, iterate through this, and it becomes not the $1.3 million. And that's also, Mac was talking to a lot of contractors. I was talking to a lot of contractors. Really what it is to work with those experts in the field, those contractors, those marine contractors, and say, can we bring in a clamshell here? Can we bring the dredge, a smaller dredge in here? How can we use some of the resources on the island to move some of that material around? How do we do this where it's the most cost-effective way, where we're not getting that $1.3 million price tag? Because we just can't afford that. I understand that. So we're trying to whittle that down to something we can afford, and then get it done at the earliest possible time. That's what I was hearing before, that we needed for those reasons that we've expressed here tonight. So that's really what we're looking for, direction. Are we going to decouple and go into, and then we would put that structural improvement and that look with the mole phase 2, because we did get additional money to work on the area of the floats. And to add into the question whether, I talked to like Catalina Express, I did discuss this with Greg Bombard today, and he definitely wants to be, of course, involved as we move forward, you know, as a major stakeholder, and to have everybody else that is somebody that's an operator of a vessel out there involved. But he also says that he can't operate any differently right now for safety than he does. And so he wanted to make that clear to everybody. Those are the two things he wanted me to share. That he can't operate any differently, because you know, as we get on and off there, you have a lot of movement, and you see that some of the people are not that able to get on and off the boat that easy. So they're going to have to keep on operating that, but we hopefully will have solutions within the mole phase 2 and make that project so it's, when we take a look at mole phase 2, it's really what happens in the next 20 years to serve our capacity needs for our visitors here, and to make sure that we have the improvements in that will be able to be easily maintained. Okay, and that's why I was saying to decouple that. Okay, so really, I guess unless there's any other questions, really we're looking for that direction to kind of wrap it up. Do you want us to keep on heading on getting that RFP going for the dredging? And do you want us also to couple the structural improvement to the mole phase 2?
Well, I personally think that we should start going forward with the dredging. I don't know about the rest of the group. Because you said even if it takes a little while, that will stick around. That's not going to wash away immediately. So that would, right? So the dredging, I think we should move forward with, because we still have to go out to bid and all that's still going to take a lot of time.
Remember, it's the first part of the dredging would be the engineering part.
Right.
And then after that's done and you have a plan, then you go through the whole CEQA process, and then you go out to bid.
Right.
Say that
the timing of it is such that we could do all those things and still apply with the Division of Boating and Waterways to get a grant for the entire project. Because it makes sense to me. I would want to talk to Division of Boating and Waterways, because it makes sense to me from an erosion standpoint. If we are acknowledging that the prop wash is the cause of the erosion, then why wouldn't we couple those as one project to take to them?
Okay, but are you...
With the backup that if they're not willing to fund it, then we can repurpose some of the...
So we have to make sure that the funding is 100%, because I think there is probably 50% funding for that on Boating and Waterways. And I will investigate that further. But so February 1st, 2019 is the application deadline, okay? And that will be for fiscal year 2021. And so by the time you go through all the processing, we'll probably be into 2021, 22, that we would actually have funds to be building project. We're in 2018 now. Do you want it in 2022?
Well, let me ask you another question. When you're talking about applying for the grant, do you, Council Member Elders, do you think that the grant then also pays for the engineering study and all of that? Is that what you're hoping?
No. Okay. We're going to have to do that work regardless of whether we try to
Okay,
you
so-
know, pay for it ourselves, or whether we're going to be applying for
So
a federal or state grant.
So then we still need to go start the engineering process.
Right.
Remember,
Right.
we're going to grant.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely.
It's a competitive basis for the grant. Remember that. There's
Yeah.
probably a lot of competition all up and down this coast for the same type of funds, and some of those cities really have a lot of juice. Okay, to good. Not saying that Avalon's not worthy of this, but I'm saying that's competitive. And we get in, so I'm just kind of looking forward, 2021, somewhere in there, we're hitting into recession, and then this is what I'm getting from these guys, that budget decisions are made through the state's annual budget process and are based in part on amount of funds available for each year.
Right.
So as they're heading down, and just like Governor Brown says, they may be heading here, is that fund. So don't bank on that money. Just get the project developed and then see what's available when we get there with our engineering, you know. We just need to move forward with the engineering.
That's
and then we're gonna be
what
able
I'm
to shut-
proposing, Mr. Greenlaw,
Right.
but I'm going to tell you, just like your Mole 1 project where your engineering estimate is the top of what money we have, I guarantee you it's going to come in $500,000 more. And we just don't have the money to do all these projects. And I trust these guys that it could be 1.3 million for this dredging project, and we don't have that.
So we need to, at least, so then we need to make a decision on what do we want to do? Because really, this is a must-do project.
Right.
And so if it's 1.3 million, it's 1.3 million. It's a must-do project. It's economic, it's safety, it's one of those things that we need to put forward as a priority.
Right, but I don't want to be locked into, we're going to do it, once we get the engineering done, we're doing it regardless of where we are with the grants. That doesn't make any sense. Why
Well,
wouldn't we try to
no,
time
I'm-
things to see if we can get grant monies to help offset the cost of a project?
Absolutely. I just think it's one of those that we set up ourselves for the opportunity, and we shouldn't lock ourselves in. It's one of the plays that we want to make, and it's our option A. But if we have to go to option B or option C, we should be thinking of those things and trying to get those
Well,
funds
then I
set
think,
aside.
okay, then you and I are saying the same
I
thing.
know, but I do
We
have-
start proceeding
right,
with
the engineering.
The engineering and
But-
the environmental work that has to be done in order to do it.
But let me ask another question about, and I don't know if we're ready today to say what options we think are good, but my point being, because there was the thing that you said about piecemealing. And so it might, that one agency you said might not like the piecemeal business, so do we engineer?
Safety is always an exception. You can always proceed with a project based on, we can't.
But it was the second process, but the second one isn't the safety issue. The second one would be what we're doing with the boats.
Right.
That's not a safety issue.
Right.
But the first one is.
Right,
So,
we see any type of harbor modifications could easily be tied, should be tied to the Cabrillo Mole project so that there is no piecemealing and that the dredging be separated out.
The piecemealing involves the CEQA review and whether it's one project as a whole, which would probably require an EIR, or it's separate projects.
Oh, you weren't
And so
meaning
the whole point is that the dredging is a separate project
I
from
thought-
the mole.
Oh, the
issue.
coupling, okay, the coupling you
For
were
purposes of
talking about
environmental,
wasn't
because it's
coupling
much quicker to
dredge
do
and.
a mitigated
Excuse
negative
me.
deck than a CEQA.
Okay, it wasn't coupling the dredge with whatever we do with the
Correct.
boats, it's
Keeping
the
dredge
mole and that.
separate,
Okay.
Coupling mole
Okay.
and any harbor.
Okay, then I think we
And
should-
As you mentioned, it is more on, it's really all about the environmental impact. So say you do
Right.
one project and keep this one project and then you can keep the environmental impacts low, they see that as piecemealing. Where if
Exactly.
we did them together, it would be a bigger impact, and that's what we want to see.
Yeah, and I was-
That is where you are going to be doing actual infrastructure modifications.
No,
For
I
just
got it.
moving dirt, we don't feel that there's a combination there.
That's where I was confused, that's all.
And it's the balance, the argument that we make also is because of the safety and economic issues and, the access to the public, to the beaches. There's all these good benefits, and we are going to be starting the engineering on the Mole Phase 2, why this is even happening. So as you see, the two projects will actually, you'll see one come in and hopefully deliver earlier than the other one.
Totally get it. Well, I'd suggest we go for the engineering on the dredging and move forward with all of that.
Mayor, I have a couple questions.
Yeah, oh,
when we're ready. Are you actually looking for a full decision from us today as to what options we want to move with?
So we don't need to make any decision on the structural improvements.
Okay.
That would be if I'm saying that you just say, head forward when you go do the mole phase 2 with that structural improvement, and there'll be more information, lots more information that's provided to you through studies, okay? And that'll help you. Right now, these are just concepts still, and you don't have enough information. As far as the dredging, it really is how fast do you want that to happen? And if it's just make it happen at the earliest possible time that we have the funds available, then at least that gives us guidance that go get the engineering done. And you've already said go out for the RFP. I'm going to come back to you with that set of proposals, and we're going to make a selection of who that is, and we know what that amount is, and we'll make that decision where the funding is for that available. And then that'll help us lead us through step by step of how much this really is going to cost, because we'll be out there working with those contractors, and the contractors iterating with us will help us come up with these solutions of how we actually provide the documents for them to make a proposal for us for the construction. Okay, they help us create the details for that.
Okay, then another question is, what discussions have you had? What information are you able to provide regarding our storms, our winter storms? Because, I mean, it's fairly obvious one northeasterly that comes into the harbor can undo all of this work of the dredging. So how...
It was just trying to...
That computer simulation of the last 23 years involved 117 storm events. And the average storm moves about 42 cubic yards. So it isn't going to undo your entire dredge program in one big storm.
Right.
But that computer simulation is only based on the most recent 23 years of waves. But that's a fairly long sample space.
Yes, I agree.
All right, I'm just going to make one pitch. If you look at our...
Can I finish my questions?
Oh, I'm sorry. Of course. Yes.
And then was probably for Bob, there have been some studies or things that have happened historically in the city, whether the city's commissioned them or whether the city just received the information on bathymetric studies and possible dredging. Have you seen any of those? Was any of that provided as part of this?
There was some anecdotal information when we had the stakeholder meeting, and when we started talking about the wall.
Are you talking about the Frey study?
I don't know the name of the study.
It's done by a new engineering company called Frey. Yeah.
I'm actually referring to another one then. So there would be at least two that I know of.
Okay.
Then.
No, I'm not aware of it.
Okay.
We had the anecdotal information that we had because of the way that the groin wall underneath the pier, how it reacted because of the old pier, and some of the folks that had been around here 50-something years had weighed in. Oh, yeah, that's because the steamer was at the other pier, and it also created holes, and then as people died, oh, that's the reason those holes are there, because of what the steamer used to do.
But I'm thinking I'm remembering something. And did we do something when Mike Flynn was going to put those stop things, those covers or something?
That was actually dealing with the protection of the sewer system, and they were the duck things. That didn't have to do with
it seems like
the system.
that bathymetric thing seems like we got something since we've been on the council.
Well,
Let
me comment about previous studies related to this problem. Prior to the study we did last year and the bathymetric surveys we did, the previous study was done by Moffitt and Nickel engineers in 1982, and it was titled something to the effect of a waterfront improvement study.
94. I thought.
Well, there were two in the 80s, and then perhaps there was a subsequent one, but the ones that were actually looking at dredging and sandy beaches and that sort of thing were those prior Moffitt and Nickel studies. And as I said, their solution all centered on wave dissipation devices that would be part or integral with the seawall that runs along the walkway, the boardwalk. And as I said, we rejected those solutions because every one of them required a very large footprint that would occupy the very beach you're trying to rebuild, or a large part of it. So those are the only ones that we are aware of, and we went through all of the city's documents. Well, there were two of them. There, like I said, one was in '82. I think there was a subsequent one. And they were both Moffitt and Nickel. So, but at any rate, we were the first to identify the role of the I don't want to single out one company. The ferry boats. So we'll call them the ferry boats. Okay. So the water tax.
Yeah. And you know what, Cindy, I apologize because now I realize it was a pure pile study that I'm thinking of.
Oh, okay, yeah. So that was all the questions that I had. So I just wanted to make sure that I was very clear that we're not forced to make a decision now, because now that we've, gotten this final report, legitimately, I'm going to be fair and say less than 24 hours ago. There's a lot of data in here to absorb, and not being the expert in the field that you are, I need to absorb this before making, million-dollar decisions for the city. So, yeah, so I just wanted to make sure I wasn't being forced to decide on more than an engineering study would be one thing for the dredging, but I have just got so many questions now.
Well, I do hope, to the extent that we are holding ourselves out as being in favor of environmental protection, in favor of being, engaging in sustainable practices, that we bring this issue of dealing with the boat situation forward sooner rather than later. I don't really buy the idea that we're going to be piecemealing if we presented the project as it's the boat prop wash and the dredging that is harming our harbor, and burning fossil fuel for no reason when we could solve that problem seems to me an environmental benefit that could be sold, and not have somebody point fingers at us that we're piecemealing. So, I appreciate it. This came out in June, so we've had it for about 6 weeks, but it is thick. It's definitely a lot of material, so I appreciate what you're saying.
And I think it's also a benefit to have members of our cross-channel carriers here to help illustrate their viewpoints. I know I've had several phone calls where I've been given information as to why they're in gear, why this, why that, but I think it's really important to have them here to participate in the conversation, because the members of our community don't understand the needs either.
Yeah, we did have a previous meeting with them, so they are aware of the report, I guess you could say, and the results of the report, so none of this would come as a surprise to them. I think it was Greg Bombard and the technical memorandum. But I just wanted to make one last comment on that recommendation of moving forward with engineering, that, you put an RFP on the street, that you probably should incorporate, the engineering, the environmental, and geotech. And so it is that type of data that is going to refine the project and really help you narrow down that cost estimate on the construction. Right now, we're just so up here with so many variables, and really one of the biggest variables is that geotech data. So going out with either a geophysical survey or some more sampling, really determining your thickness and all that will, once you have that data, then the contractors will be more willing to work with it. Right now, contractors just throw out big numbers because there's no data for them or a design for them to actually choose, or give a cost estimate, and they don't ever want to be caught giving a cost that's lower than what they thought. So they always shoot for the stars, and it's going to take a little bit more engineering to narrow down that cost and get those contingencies wiped out and determine the official cubic yards and methods of construction.
Okay, so
do we actually have an agenda item that says authorize? Yeah, this was just a presentation. No, this was a presentation.
It's a presentation in the staff report. It does say, here a presentation and discuss and provide direction.
So previously, council said you go out and get an RFP. So we're still at that same spot if that's the direction you still want to head. We're still headed, but we want to give the information now that we were done with the technical memorandum to you, bring you and give you an update.
Right.
And then the check-in as we're going through funding issues, just to make it aware of all the details here. And just to bring up how, even on the cost estimate, there's the dredging for beach restoration is done up and down the Southern California coast. And some of the original unit prices, the $20, you know, that's about the ballpark, that or sometimes less for bigger quantity, but it's because of the contractor coming over here, mobilizing over here, maybe a smaller quantity. So it's how you make them feel comfortable, reduce some of that risk, but not take too much risk on, but make them feel comfortable what the project is so that when they come over here, they can go, and they still, I mean, they're a profit-making business, but not give them everything that we have, but, you know, at least make them comfortable so that we do get a good price, okay? And that's really our job as we move through this engineering, is to put together a good set of documents to be able to get that done, so we do get a good price.
Okay, so I just have one other quick question. So if we do this dredging, do we have to move a bunch of moorings out of the way to get that stuff in there?
Yes, and I talked with
I was just curious. I mean,
it seemed like that was a pretty simple task.
Yeah, it'll be done during the winter. And Joe's Winter Boats take all their boats out.
And that's
Only
where
thing
it's
that's
done.
in there that would probably have to be
Just
removed
curious.
is the cable that goes the width of the dill. And we pull that out of the water and can always be put it back in.
That's also the part of the geotechnical study to
Yeah, I
see
was
where the
just
sand is.
Yeah, I was just curious. Okay, so it sounds like you all want to bring it back. You don't want to give directions to start the RFP for the dredging?
You need to come to the podium.
No, he already has that.
Well, while he's walking up,
You're saying he does.
I just want to mention one more thing, though, that RFP for the engineering you would want to, at this time, have engineering. You would even make it the consultant's responsibility for finding that funding or even assisting the city with the applications, because you do want to start all these processes now. You want to start the environmental documentation process and the regulatory permitting. You want to start those consultations with all those agencies, so that way, once that funding is in place, you're good to go. So, just about that.
No,
That's fair
yeah,
enough.
and you outlined that well in the report.
Yeah.
When you're looking at funding options and you were talking about environmental protection, there's a huge amount of money being spent right now, Carl Moyer and others, that might be helpful to the city in terms of pollution from diesel engines and exhaust. And the other thing is the noise factor. I've had a boat over in that side of the harbor for a long time, and it's incredibly loud. And so by cutting down on sitting there with the RPMs up and what have you, there might be some funding that could support the effort. Noise abatement is a fairly new kind of arena, and I would think that would be an interesting option to find money in that arena as well.
Thank you, John.
Good question.
Good. Okay, so as you said, we've already given you permission to go out with the...
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
And then you want to bring it all back for whatever, whenever?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. And you're both really great, but you are just so fun to hear when you talk about the, what was that big word you kept using? Exactly. I loved that. And you, I know, and you could probably spell it. Yeah. Then it got a little complicated. Thank you very much. I think it was very, very fascinating, very interesting, and you've got a lot of work moving forward. Great. Great.
Thank you so much.
Oh, and you're not going to miss the boat. Oh, wait, we have Phil. One question or comment.
Phil Hernandez, 313 Catalina Street. I've been here all my life. See that picture up there where the seaplane is?
Yeah.
It took years for that sand to get there. It's before a lot of stuff happened. Now you put the moles in, and you took all that sand in. We have a natural current that comes back and forth either way and brings us plentiful as all this sand. We cut that off when we put those moles in. And there's where our problem is. It's not all you can talk about, it comes in and comes out. You know, we messed ourselves up when we put those molds in. There's nothing going on in there. There's no sand. It doesn't circulate. You go down to the isthmus, the water's a lot colder because we got a nice current that comes through there. Your little stuff, the best thing to do is put those fingers back in there, and there's not that much sand anymore in there. That's in that harbor. Can you imagine all that sand right there? If you had those boats doing this today, how much sand? Jay wouldn't even be able to get to his floats because all that sand would be that far out there. we just a little bit of sand we have there is making it pretty, you can walk out to those flows. You know, you need to understand what goes on there. You can do all your studies, you can do all your things, but if you didn't see what's going on a long time ago, you never know. This guy's talking about the waves coming in. We have a natural current that goes this way and goes that way. When we put those molds in, they talked about that years ago when they were making those molds and putting big oval stuff in there so we can have a nice current going there. You know, and they stopped that. We screwed ourselves a long time ago when we put those molds in. And that's what we're getting today. You know, for all you people and all these studies, sorry, I think you're wrong.
Well, we don't disagree with that. The molds.
No, it makes a lot of difference. I mean, you know, you can do all the studies you guys want and stuff, but if you didn't see what was going on, I mean, you cut yourself out a lot when you put those molds in. We got a natural current that goes this way, up and down this coast. And it, you know, sometimes it brings a lot of sand and it takes it away. Yeah, it does it now. You know, can you imagine if we had all that sand right now? Now, what do you think that sand would be? That sand would be underneath that pier all the way to Jay. They took that too much sand away. When they took that sand away, they messed that whole thing up. And that's what we're facing today. And all you need is stop and think about and use your heads about what needs to be done here. Don't do the wrong thing. Don't cost us a lot of money to do the wrong thing.
So you're suggesting we remove you're suggesting we move the breakwaters in the mole?
Yes, put the finger things up there, real simple, put that in there and try to slow it down. We already messed ourselves up. All we're gonna do is try to slow down. You're not gonna solve a lot of problems here now. Because and there's not that much sand in there to do a lot of stuff. How much sand is under there? What are you gonna do? Pull this sand over here and go like this again? That's all you're gonna do?
No.
It's not gonna work. Sorry. Thank you very much.
I appreciate your comments. Thank you. Okay. And on that, we will bid you adieu. Oh, Carl's going to come up and say something?
Yeah.
Hold on.
I've been here my whole life too, and I haven't been here as long as Phil, but I can definitely say that when those fingers were damaged, that's when all this went to shit. I was here for, there's about a good 20 years where that was solid, and I was living here, and you were able to jump from the boat ramp down to the sand right there. So I think if we fix those fingers, that it would slow things down. It might not fix the problem, but there was a very long time that I was here that those fingers were doing a good job, and then when those fingers started to get damaged and not repaired, that's when we started to see all that get pushed towards the pier.
Yeah.
Like in the bottom left picture, or the bottom right picture.
No.
Carl, I would argue that the boats got bigger and bigger and the engine wash got more
frequent.
And when the engines
harder.
got bigger, that's when the fingers started breaking down and
Right.
nothing to fix the fingers.
Yeah.
But I think that would still
Be a good solution.
I think it would help.
Great. Thank you, Carl. All right. See how fascinating this was? Okay. All right. Well, she left, but field representative for Supervisor Hahn was here, Linda Chico today. And she's spending the night, and she'll be around tomorrow. But anyway, then okay, do we have any announcements or written communications?
I have received 2 written communications. One of them I'll read into the record now. The other one is for item 7. And so this first one is, Dear JJ, per our conversation, I want to acknowledge recent extraordinary efforts of your team in visiting boaters. Beginning Friday evening, August 10th, until late afternoon, Saturday, August 11th, many observed a small black dog was left unattended on a Grady White vessel moored off of Hamilton Cove. Many described the little dog as panicked, especially due to Saturday's excessive heat and high surf. Numerous citizens contacted your department and expressed concern about the dog's welfare and safety. We observed at least 3 occasions your officers boarded the vessel to provide comfort and water, and several boaters also stopped to care for the dog. In our conversation, you indicated that your department tried many times to contact the owners. Residents of Avalon are acutely aware of the demands placed on the Harbor Department. I just wanted to say thank you for responding with compassion and care to the little black dog left alone on a boat on that hot summer day. Grateful Avalon residents, Lori Snell and Kate Rudin.
Congratulations.
Yay.
Above and beyond.
Save the job.
Do judge.
Okay, and so that's it for announcements and written. So now we have department head reports.
Sorry, ladies first. I know, I was waiting, because I knew you were going to try and jump ahead of me. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I just have a really quick update regarding the upcoming 2020 census. As you're all aware, the state of California and the county have been focusing grant opportunities towards disadvantaged communities. Unfortunately, due to 20 years of bad census data, we were not recognized as a DAC and have been fighting an uphill battle since then, doing on our own dime the community-wide income survey. Unfortunately, the state agencies don't all accept the information the same, so it's been very frustrating. And in my last grants meeting with Denise, I said, I think we really need to get ahead of this now. And with Denise's approval, I reached out to her, Linda, and was pleasantly surprised that I was put in contact with Dana Garcetti. And then after that, Dorothea Park, who is in the Chief Executive Office's Census team for LA County. We're going to start this dialogue now so that when the census actually occurs in 2020, we are positioned to have our population accurately depicted. And I want you guys all to know how important this is. I know you know, but the trend with the state is continue to be disadvantaged communities. The county park funds that were just passed are also similarly aligned. And when you look at the SCAG data and you look at the city's community-wide income survey, they are very close. When you look at the census data with the error of margin of plus or minus $10,000 in a town that only has 3,800 people, it's completely unacceptable. My email was very strong. I felt kind of bad and even had to tell her, Linda, I'm really sorry. It's frustration. But I want you guys to know that the staff at the city is working very hard to be certain that the 2020 census data accurately depicts our community. And that's all I have. If you have any questions.
I do, Audra. One of the very lengthy conversations that we had at Gateway COG meeting regarding the 2020 census that was coming up, and I believe we're going to talk a little bit more about it at our upcoming meeting as well, is the concern that at least the gateway cities are expressing the concern that there is immigration data connected with the census. And so most cities in our Gateway COG region are very concerned because we're not getting all of the data, we're not getting information because of the fear of immigration status. So I know from our perspective, we are looking, I believe the Gateway COG is looking at an option to petition to not have immigration status as part of that.
I don't know if immigration status was part of the applications in the past in the count. To be quite honest with you, I don't know if that is actually a question. I don't know if
it wasn't. Actually, that's the controversy, that the federal government has dictated that it will be.
It will be.
Oh,
for 2020.
It will be, right. But it wasn't in the past.
No, it wasn't.
And even in the past, we were still
undercounted.
Or misrepresented, I think is a better term. And so what's the nice thing, some conversation that we had yesterday, we're relying a lot on Townsend, who have some great legislative people up in Sacramento. We also had a phone call with Sean Haggerty from BBK, more specifically about some water money. But what they're telling us is we need to dig down and we need to find out how much of a sample did they really use. Because that's the key. When you look at the city of Avalon's error of margin and you compare it to other cities, it's massive. It is way larger than other cities' error of margin. So what I'm hoping with Dorothea and that connection is that we can drill down and find out exactly what the percentage was, because it's not 100% count like it used to be back in the old days. They knocked on every door. They got all the data. And that's not happening anymore. So we're in a position where we can say, we are so small, you can count all of us.
Well,
There's no
and-
reason you can't count all of
And
us.
I believe we need to find local census takers.
Oh, I agree with all of this.
Oh,
And
no.
so, but what I want the council to know and the community to know is that we're in front of it for the first time instead of behind it.
Yeah, great.
And I'm gonna fight. And I know you guys are behind me. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bob Greenlaw, Director of Public Works. Got two quick items since we've been long anyway. So since the last meeting, when we talked about Sumner and Vaughn's coming up, I actually asked our traffic engineer that's working with us on our Five Corner project about possible improvements at the Summer Beacon intersection around Vaughn's, okay? So what we came up with potentially 4, and these are just rough concept of him going out there, taking a look at this over a weekend here about 2 weekends ago. And so what we've come up with is the first one here is there's 4 alternatives. So the first one is add a raised medium, so that red in the center is actually a raised median. What this is supposed to intend to do is we get these sweeping movements through the intersection, and we also have, just like we saw at the Five Corners intersection, is there's a lot of conflicted movements, and the path of travel is not well understood sometimes because somebody will take a sweeping movement. So that's what the median actually would do, is to make you do a more left turn movement, so instead of a sweeping movement through the intersection. So that's one alternative, and you can see the added crosswalks at each, along 4 different pathways. Then as you go to the second one,
Time's up.
3 minutes.
Yeah, your 3 minutes is up.
there we go. Nope. And this is option 2. Okay. So on this one, same thing, but now we've added 2 stops. So realize we have 2 intersections that are coupled together, so we added another 2 additional stops. And there's don't make decisions tonight. I just want to show you what we're working on, okay? So that we're actually kind of noodling our way through this thing. So what that does is, as you're coming out of the Vaughn's, which will have another stop control there, that'll be a 4-stop, 4-way intersection there. So 4-stop control. And then at the Beacon Sumner intersection, that would also be a 3-way stop controlled intersection. So you do an additional stop. So both of these are very cheap solutions that can be put in and even tried. If we wanted to try this solution, you could put in some rubber bumper, traffic stop material that we could get for about $500, paint it up, put the stops in there, see how it worked, see how the community liked it. If you don't like it, you can just take the whole thing out. Very cheap alternative to take a look at. Eventually, we're going to be putting ADA ramps on each corner. Vaughn's is going to do all new frontage improvements, so we're going to be doing frontage improvements anyway, but this would just be in the short term. And then we go to the next one. Okay. And so this one moves to the concept where you're getting more something like a mini roundabout and extends that median, but you may have some problems trying to get a larger vehicle doing that U-turn movement in a mini roundabout concept, okay? You could get larger trucks through there because we could flatten out that median in certain areas so you could move the trucks through there. Realize these are very much rough concepts, so don't take them as like, will that work yet? I'm just showing you what we're trying to work on. And the fourth one that's not included in here is actually the 2 mini roundabout like we talked about in the Five Corner. That would require us to do other work in the frontage improvements. So that would make sure that you could find your way with larger vehicles through the intersection. okay? The one thing to note on this alternative 3 and alternative 4, there is no stop signs, they're all yields. So you wouldn't get that where stop and start. And that's one thing about stop signs is there's additional pollution created every time that you stop and idle a car. So it's not all good. It's just one of those things to see if it's a safer intersection. And then additionally, we've been working this past week with Vaughn's. And under, I think it was condition number 7 on the condition of approval, is that they were supposed to cost share 50-50 with the city if we did want this additional parking that would be further just down the street toward the ocean. So that adds 20 additional spaces. And it was included in the construction plans when they submitted. And they're looking to start the frontage improvements at Vaughn's within this next 3 weeks. So this could be something that could be included if you want us to keep on taking a look at this, could be included with this Vaughn's build right now. And then I was showing you what we could do with some of the things at the intersection too, if you want us to keep on working on those things. Okay, so that we're making sure that when we get delivery of Vaughn's and it opens up, that at least we're trying some things to get it done. Okay?
Okay.
And then on the second item was development impact fee. So we're scheduling meetings right now for the stakeholder invites. And then once those stakeholder meetings are completed, we'll go in to the public workshop phase. So, you know, we're attempting to look at all the contractors, potentially any developer, anybody that could develop property, looking at all of our departments here as stakeholders. So all of those are on the list. The Conservancy, you know, so those are the people that we'll be talking to individually. And the topics that we're looking to talk about is digging into those details of the study assumptions, exploring the categories of the fee structure, looking at the project list, and then explaining how the multiple pieces of data generate the variables that calculate the fees. So getting those and digging into those details. So any questions on any of that?
No, so we don't have to do anything right now about this additional parking?
No, if you want to hear more on it, just say, keep on working on that.
Well, and did you say that we were going to have to pay for 50% of it?
50% of it is what is in our condition of approvals. And then so we would come up with a cost estimate. Right now they're working on the cost estimate for that. Okay.
I'd be curious to know what the cost estimate is because it's probably not something we had budgeted.
I just wanted to show what we were working on, okay?
Right, no, I appreciate that. I appreciate looking at looking at those other little groups, the stop signs and the whatever. I was totally lost because
I know I went through that fast, but
totally, and upside down and sideways. So
I can keep on developing those pieces
as you do.
Okay.
Okay. And that also in your that whole deal about coming down. Oh, that was all the Sumner business because with the people coming down Beacon, and then you've moved that to avoid moving the pole, and then you were dealing when you were talking about the starts and the stops and the no's. That's right there. That's that intersection.
So you have two intersections that will be coupled in very short distance with each other, and some of those movements are not controlled. You know, it's a sweeping movement through there, which you see. Yeah. It's not go turn right, go get myself set up, and turn left, and then everybody understands what you're doing. They're just, is it my turn? Am I going through? And it works right now.
Yeah.
Imagine the traffic of all the traffic that you're generating from Vaughn's at Metropole and Vaughn's on Catalina, and you see that parking, and then you get that all brought into one location. There could be some problems. So
I thought it wasn't going to generate any problem.
No, it would absolutely not.
Seems like I heard
that.
That's
why they said in this traffic study that was done as part of the environmental impact report.
Yeah, that was part of their study.
So I'm just bringing tools for us so that we can move forward if we
we are dealing with what we have. I appreciate that.
And trying to come up with cheap solutions to start that could be implemented within a couple weeks. Try it and go. Don't like it, take it out, go to the next. Okay?
Cool. Good, thank you. All right.
Good evening, Council. Harbor Department report. Weekends are still jam-packed. A lot of boats coming in last weekend. I don't know if you noticed, but we got hit pretty good with a surge. They were predicting 3 or 4 storms throughout the month, but only got hit with 1. So that was a good thing. But it was a good one, and we ended up snapping some lines and stuff on the floats on the pier, but nobody got hurt, and everybody still was able to haul their passengers. So Denise, thank you very much for writing that letter. I talked to that lady today on the pier, stopped me, and it's appreciated. I got a good crew. They do a good job, and dogs, it seems to be like one of our biggest things that we deal with. We're either getting bitten by them or we're trying to feed them. But anyway, that's very nice. Thank you very much, and I'll pass on that to the crew. They do a heck of a job out there.
They do.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, council, city staff, I actually don't have anything to report tonight unless you had questions for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a nice evening, Chief.
All right, news from the planning and building world. So our 4 projects, the Zane Gray, their sewer lateral replacement plans have been approved, and so they'll be moving forward with that. They're continuing with their framing and the foundation work on the west building. Bonds, you see they're starting to put in the exterior wall coverings, roof material. They will be bringing in a crane within the next couple of weeks or so. I think you'll see some traffic issues on Beacon for a couple of days while they crane all of the mechanical equipment up onto the roof of the building. Trailhead, they're putting in the elevator this week, and they'll be testing that probably next week, and they're still going forward with their interior finish work. Atwater is going great. They're about 75% complete for their earlier inspections on the south wing and the north wing, and they're going about 60% complete with all their new windows. We just want to remind everyone we're having our joint meeting on August 27th with all of you people and the Planning Commission. Elizabeth Hull is going to be presenting. We'll be discussing accessory dwelling units, density bonus units, and inclusionary housing to talk about the changes in all the state laws. It's my understanding from Scott that we're going to have draft ordinances for you to look at, and then we'll take direction from you on moving forward with that. The library project, as some of you are aware, they're going to be redoing the interior of the library and doing some more exterior work in the courtyard. Those plans are almost through plan check, and so that project's going to be moving forward too. It's going to be really nice once they get that done. And I think that's all I have, unless you have questions for me.
So it will be, or you have an opening for the alternate planning commission member, and that is going out or has gone out?
It's going to be, was it in, didn't notice if it was in the paper last week. Is it in the paper this week?
I don't know, just a question.
I can't remember if it was the hospital ad I placed or the alternate.
Okay.
I think it was the hospital ad.
Yes, it's going to go in the paper, and we'll be taking, we do have an opening for our alternate planning commissioner. Scotty decided he'd rather travel the world rather than spend time with us. We hated to see him go. But we do have an opening, and there will be a notice in the paper. We'll be taking applications for that position.
And there's a reason it's noticed, so let him explain.
Yeah, no, so we already have people who put in applications before and were turned down.
Yeah, but
so does that just go away? So we have to redo the system?
You
again?
have to be noticed. Yeah.
Interesting, yeah.
But can people who previously
Of course.
submitted
Yes.
applications, if you
Absolutely.
say, you have my application,
So
I'm
that's-
still
yes.
interested?
Okay.
Yeah, and it was the hospital.
It was the hospital?
Okay. And then just the other thing is if we're making any headway on the training for the planning commission members.
I talked to Al Warrett about that, and I think we're looking at October.
First part of
He
October.
thought he would be able to be
October.
back, and he could come back and do that for us.
Great.
If he had some health issues, and if he's feeling really good, he'll come in September. But
Okay, he'd be the guy.
we told him not to push it.
Yeah, no.
The league has a planning commissioner handbook, which is prepared for.
I have that.
I
Yeah,
think
so
we
I
have
don't
the
know if they
handbook,
have
and
that.
then the academy
Probably get
is
mine
not,
out.
I don't think, until April.
But there's a handbook available that we could purchase or something for the commissioners? Excellent, excellent. Okay, I don't have any more further questions, thank you. Is that, I think we have Dan hiding out over there.
I'll be brief as we've been through a long meeting already and we haven't really started yet, have we?
No.
Has anybody noticed? Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Just a quick few updates. Fishing Derby, our Fishing Derby concludes tomorrow morning. It'll be our last morning as the kids go back to school next Tuesday. Bingo, we've got 3 more bingo nights, Thursday night and then Tuesday and Thursday of next week. Monday of next week, we'll be hosting a back-to-school party for the kids on South Beach from 3 to 6, and then hosting our day camp kids for an overnight at Hermit's Gulch that evening before our last day of day camp on Tuesday. The Chamber and Exceptional Music will be hosting a concert on Wrigley Stage this Saturday evening. Reggae recording artist Pato Bantan. For an evening event. Labor Day fireworks are on your calendar for Sunday evening, 8:30 show with local music on Wrigley Stage from 6 to 8:30, leading up to it a little bit thereafter. I think we've got Blackjack from 6 to 7:15, and then the Something Band from 7:30 to 8:30. Teen Center, we're putting on the final touches of the improvements there. Painting, flooring, new lighting, new ceiling fans, new furnishings will be happening this week. We'll be hosting a week from Saturday, a little barbecue for those that sponsored it and have the kids come back at that day. And then lastly, if I can read my notes, final touches on our brochure will be done here in the next couple of days, and we'll get those out for you.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor and Council, I have nothing to report. Thank you.
I think that's city manager report.
I just wanted to make sure that council saw the memo I put in your box from Catalina Broadband Solutions. You asked me to reach out to them to see if they could come to council and talk about their changes and upgrades. Unfortunately, the local staffers said that was above their pay grade, and so they did provide this memo that I provided to you, and I could put a copy at the front counter. And that possibly when the gentlemen come from whatever state that they're in, maybe we can get them to come in on a council night.
They don't want to hear it.
A question for Denise.
Yes.
Could you reach out to Catalina Broadband and have them clarify what the City Hall node is and the casino node is and the landing node is and the bonds node is?
Okay.
What those actually, what they actually cover?
You mean the geographical?
Yeah. It's like, I'm sure we're somewhere there. Just
I know because of phase 1 where it said the park node, that it told us it was 63 homes, and then phase 2, which was the church node, it was 177 homes. So yes, I will ask.
And then about getting council meetings back on Channel 3 with this new boxes that they're giving us, that the new ones don't get Channel 3 to televise the city council meetings. You have the old box, you could still get it.
A few weeks ago, our initial contact with them, they led us to believe that they were looking at by the end of December or in January for Channel 3. Now, I've heard the opposite, so I'll clarify that too.
Yeah.
And then I don't know if anyone else on the council has been reached out to from members of the community who have received information from broadband that the rates will be doubling when they go to the new system. Has anybody else been contacted?
They're going to charge for each box.
After a year.
After a year. And then if you want DVR, they're going to charge for DVR. So it's going to add up. You got 3 or 4 TVs, you're adding $50 or $60.
Each box.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying there. Okay. I might.
After a year.
Yeah. And that's all for you, city manager? Okay, city attorney?
As we'll be discussing later today, the state has really largely taken away our ability to regulate cable TVs. So a lot of what you talked about is now out of our hands. But we're going to do what we can do with the proposed ordinance tonight. We'll get to that later on.
Okay, perfect. Okay, council reports, please.
Having nothing, I'll go first.
Okay.
Have nothing.
Okay.
Nice to be back.
Yes, it is, I'm sure.
All right, I'll go. I just wanted to follow up on the discussion that we had regarding cannabis use last week. I'm sure many of you saw, I posted something on Facebook and in the paper to kind of clarify where I was coming from, and I just want to thank, there were like 200 responses, really thoughtful exchange, calm discussion. People were able to disagree without getting crazy about it. And I think people learn things. I think people realize, like, oh, I thought you were disagreeing with me, but now I realize you're agreeing with me. That's what I was hoping that we would do, so I'm happy to see that. So I appreciate everybody's input. That's all I have.
I have none.
Okay, just real quick. I talked with Denise today about the community garden at, since it doesn't appear that even though the budget hasn't been approved, but it doesn't appear that any money is going to be in the budget to redo that casita, that if the council kind of agreed for direction, we could continue the concept of a community garden in that area, because it's an L shape, and they could put in raised beds, bring in a tote for water. And Mike, I know Mike was very interested, so it's something we could move ahead with if you all were kind of in agreement. It really wouldn't cost the city any money.
Well, we have the garden that was built, and all the supplies fairly or closely donated to, which I don't know if anybody's reached out to the school.
No, I thought you said you might reach out because you knew somebody.
Put it on your list.
It's on if city staff could reach out to the PTA, and the PTA, I think, is now in charge of the garden at the school, but it is already built and enclosed and has not, to my knowledge, been used. So
Yeah, I think Tim Neville was running it there for a while, but even if, depending on, I guess the other question is, would it be a facility that the community could go and work on? If it's only for the children for an educational tool, that's not going to do us much good on a community garden level.
I suspect the school may have restrictions about who can come and go on it.
Else. So, I mean, if they will allow...
I'm in favor of that, Annie.
Okay.
Maybe it could be part of our reciprocal agreement.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. We'll ask.
Okay, but if not, I would like to be able to proceed with that one, or it wouldn't hurt to have two. Mm-hmm. Okay, and then I'd like to bring up the front desk issue with, I don't know, I'm sure you all drop by City Hall. I've been here a couple of days and sat at the front desk because there is nobody to sit at the front desk, and I really feel we're doing the community a disservice. In talking further about it, I was thinking, well, maybe we just have somebody, 4 hours a day, that kind of thing, to take care of it. But then when I talked with, I think it was Denise, there's an audit issue about taking money. Not just anybody can take the money, it has to be in the hands of one. And so being that we didn't put on a hiring freeze, and with that position gone, it truly is impacting the other departments. You've got planning having to come out, and finance and parks and rec, and I just really feel it's kind of it's just not a good system. And I would like us to bring back that person who does that job, and if there's other jobs they could do as well, and get somebody back on the front desk.
Mayor, may I have clarification? I felt there was the direction of a hiring freeze, so.
I think there was a discussion that because there were pending positions, including a mechanic and other things that you might have felt should be exempt from a hiring freeze, that you were going to come back with a recommendation on which of those positions you felt were just vital to be filled and which were not.
Because one of the only things we said is go back and check on Bob's 1.5 people.
Yeah, there were like 2 people in Public Works, there was a mechanic, there was a harbor, and then that position had just opened up. I don't know if that's a clerical, I don't know what category that is.
I know I commented that they were all in the budget. I apologize if I misunderstood that I was bringing those positions back with an evaluation of them, but I certainly will.
Well, I strongly suggest the front desk one, because it's falling apart. People are coming in, they're getting upset. I'm sitting there at the desk for 45 minutes to an hour. I can't take any money. I don't know how to use the phone. I mean, I don't think that's my job, but
And the young gentleman who got the other job, he was within the recreation department, correct?
The front counter person, besides the vehicle clerk, They helped the finance by taking all the money. They helped recreation greatly by providing assistance for the programs and taking their monies and getting people into the rec program. What's it called yet? Rec program. As well as Yafet was also taking on some public works stuff, entering stuff into their program.
So who did that person report to?
Well, kind of three people. Mainly, I would say finance and Dan. But when,
And is it
when
an
that
advanced clerk position or?
It was an administrative assistant position.
Are there levels to those, or there's just one?
Just the 5
classification?
steps, one classification. I can certainly bring back all those positions back at the next council meeting.
And he's right. I mean, we need to have people, and it's not because Dudley's been absent. It's that without
Well, I would say
that
during
position, the work can't
during
be
the
done.
times that Annie was here, it was the days that Dudley had to be on the mainland because of the family matters,
Right.
but also
Lunchtime.
lunchtime, and then unforeseen times away. Yes.
Okay.
So do you want her to bring back all the positions? You want her to just bring back the front desk? What's your pleasure? Or nothing at all? What direction do you want to get? All of them? Because Bob, did you, I mean, okay. I'm most concerned right now with the front desk, because that's what I see. But if you all want everybody to come back with all the other ones, just give Denise that direction. Nobody has any?
I'm having a really hard time finding the words to respond. We had a very difficult conversation at the last council meeting where Councilmember Albers and Mayor Marshall were talking about cutting salaries, too many jobs, putting a hiring freeze on.
I did not say cut salaries. I did not say that.
One of the two of you, or Annie may have said it, I don't know who, but it was a difficult conversation. That being said, we had talked about putting a hiring freeze on except for the assistant city manager position. And, you know, if yes, the front desk position is incredibly important, but so are all the positions that are vacant. Every time you have a position that's been filled for a period of time and then it becomes vacant, that puts a hole in that department. So I'm really struggling with determining that the front desk is more important than what we've been doing, you know, in public works. So we've, in years past, have said these are the positions that we want to have. And I just don't feel that one is more important than the other. If we have vacancies at the city, if a department head truly came forward and said, you know, I could really do without this position, I think they should be the ones to make that decision.
Well, that's fine, then let's bring them all back. And talk to the department heads who have those positions, see what they say the need is, and if it forgoes some other project, maybe those are whatever their considerations are, I think that's fine. But we did not put on a hiring freeze.
Oh, I think we did too.
It's in the minutes that we did. Who typed the minutes?
No, it doesn't say. It says
freeze all hiring citywide except the recruitment of the assistant city manager position and assess the need to fill the 1.5 currently vacant positions in the public works department. That's what our meeting minutes, this is the record.
Those are for your approval tonight, so if I misunderstood, then you can clarify on the actions.
Okay. Okay, well, where does that put us then on providing direction? Do we still want to do that, or are you going to say we put on a hiring freeze except for those, so let's not bring those forward? What are you saying, Cindy?
Well, I'm saying I would rather not piecemeal. We need somebody at the front desk. We need to fill the positions that were vacated before last council meeting's discussion.
so back up to the 84 FTEs.
We don't have 84 FTEs.
What? 83.
81.
The equivalent of FTEs is 64, I believe.
Whatever was part of the budget is what you're saying.
But let's clarify that number, because we may have 83 employees on staff,
No,
but
I'm
they only
talking
equate to 64 FTEs.
I'm talking FTEs.
We don't have 83.
It was.
So there's not an agenda item on giving direction. However, when you clarify the minutes, you can talk about what that direction was.
Okay.
To clarify, there's, I believe, 82.1 full-time.
Full-time. Okay, I am wrong. I am wrong.
I said 82.
And then if you go full-time, part-time, it's, I think, 120 if you count reserve firefighters, and that counts as well, but I couldn't get the number.
Okay,
Yeah,
I do
thank
stand
you.
corrected
Thank you.
then. Okay.
That's all they have is put together.
Well, I brought that one up. That was great. Okay. The bicycle.
No, did
I mean, I honestly did not think that we were signaling like, don't hire a mechanic. I mean, there were positions that were discussed, there were heated discussions, and everybody was pretty hot about it. But I think the idea was, let's take a second look before we just fill the positions. And that, I think, that this is probably more narrow than what was intended.
Right.
Or that I didn't speak my piece properly in that respect. Because I definitely agree that the front desk is an issue. I could see where a mechanic would be an issue.
Yeah.
Mr. Greenlaw was invited to sort of look and see what, was necessary in terms of
And one of us
his staffing.
But one of us, the one of the mechanic's on administrative leave, so you can't fill an administrative
right.
leave
Well,
position.
I wasn't even clear on.
Yeah. Okay, so
What
my
those
last
positions
little
were.
deal is, from where the trucks back in on the big Vons, where the sidewalk starts in front of Autumn's Place, on Metropole, on Autumn's Place, to where Megan's place is, the bicycles and, there is a bicycle rack there, but there's also motorcycles there with covers on them. They're in the red zone. It's a mess. It needs to be cleaned out and perhaps look at, I don't know where you're gonna replace the bike, but there was a discussion I had with Code about that's kind of dangerous for the big vehicles that go by there and all the bikes that stick out into the street, that maybe we wanna kind of look at that, but they're parked illegally, number one, because I think a bike should be like a car, right? I mean, if you're in a red zone, you're in a red zone, whether you're a bike or a car.
Unless it's signified there's a bike rack there.
No, but they're way past the bike rack. They're all over the place. They're all over the place. So if we could just maybe take a look, see how to clean that up. It's really messy right now.
We have had requests from residents of placing additional bike racks, and it's hard to find those locations of places to put it.
But they're slopping over quite a bit, I guess, is the point. And I know the Code's doing their best to tag them and move them, but I don't know where all these bikes come from.
Well, there's also one on Catalina by the Holiday Inn pickup that's got some obviously abandoned bikes. There's no air in the tires on the bottom. Maybe there's air on the top and not on the bottom.
And Code comes through at the library probably once every 2 months and pulls, 20 derelict bikes out of those too.
They just got rid of another 100.
I mean, I don't know where they come from either.
You don't even sell bikes.
But it is everywhere in town. All the bike racks in town just get inundated.
And yes?
I just forgot one thing on the city attorney thing, which is kind of relevant to this. If you've been on the mainland lately, you will see all these scooters. We are, where I live right now, it's the epicenter of it. We probably have maybe 100 within a mile from my house. Under your municipal code, you have the ability to regulate it. They have to come to the council if they want to have one scooter and get a public transportation permit, because your definition is broad enough to include those scooters.
We also had a nice map that designated areas where skateboards could be used, and I don't remember whether the language was big enough to, wide enough to include scooters.
That would be part of the permit process when people come, if they ever want it. But anyway, you have the ability to say no to the scooters.
So a 6-year-old that gets an electric scooter would have to come for a permit with their parents?
No, not if they operate it themselves. But what I'm talking about is the birds and, oh gosh, I forget what the other one's called. But they're on the street and you charge them up, and then people put their computer in, and then they go up and down the hills and stuff, and they go for 15 miles. A little electric scooter, and they make money off them. They can't have those in Avalon unless you permit them. Every city on the mainland is dealing with that right now. It's a huge issue. San Francisco and LA especially.
Oh, okay.
So
thank you.
You don't need to do anything
Not yet.
in your municipal code.
Okay. Oral communication, this is an opportunity for people in the community to speak on items that are not on the agenda. You will be limited to 3 minutes and no action will be taken.
Good evening. My name is Captain Scott Gorozanko, owner and operator of Catalina Coastal Tours and Fishing. We are the provider of the shoreboat service within Avalon for the Avalon city limits. In one of my meetings with the harbor master, it was suggested that I give you a very high-level progress report on just how things have been going since we started doing the shoreboat service. March 15, 2017, we started the contract. We immediately purchased 2 vessels that we had manufactured for us and received those in July of 2017. For the first year, from March 15th to December 31st of 2017, we moved 70,000 people within the harbor. That's up 40% more than what the original contract was stating that the potential usage would be of the shoreboat service. Since then, since the demand was so high, we went ahead and purchased an additional vessel, a 12-pack vessel that we've had in service since March of 2018. And we are now currently still in the process of building one more boat that we will have here the first quarter of 2019. To date, this from January 1st of 2018 to today, basically, we've exceeded 55,000 riders to date, which is incredible. We have an estimate of over 80,000 riders this year, which would be a 50% increase from what the contract stated. So considerable amount of numbers coming through, and shows with our record keeping as well that we're doing a good job, showing that our records are up to date. We do sell a commuter card to the public. It's a commuter card that people can utilize to be able to just punch stamps and be able to prepay. We've actually sold 735 cards, which equate to 10 rides per card. So, wow. Pretty good number of riders. We employ 10 captains on the island. We exceed a payroll of over 7,025 hours a year with those captains. We continue to open early. The contract states at 7 a.m. we open up early. We close a little bit later too, just to make sure that the demand is there for the customers. Also, our main focus has always been safety. Speed is one thing and making sure that people aren't waiting on the dock, but safety is the priority. And when you get late night pickups, people have been drinking, we've got to be safe. And so sometimes there's going to be a wait. And I think safety is more important than maybe a few minute wait when that person has been intoxicated. We don't want anybody to get hurt. Our number 2 is our customer experience. We want to be good stewards to the island, so we want to make sure that customer service is really good with the customer as they come into the island, and they have a good experience in the harbor. So at capacity, contractually, our vessels state that we should be at 36 passengers, and we actually have the ability to run 42 passengers. We have 6 boats running in the harbor, which is an 18% increase above what the contract states that we have to do. So just wanted to give you that quick high-level summary, and if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer those for you.
Council, do you have any questions? Yes.
On your new boat that's coming, how many seats is that going to have?
So per the Coast Guard standard, we've submitted all of our paperwork and we've started the process on the manufacturing. Until the weights and balances are completed per the naval architect, we cannot get a final number from them. We gave them a range within the contract that we signed with them that we wanted to be, up to 21 passengers, but it could come back at 12, it could come back at 18, could come back at 21. But until they actually take the vessel after it's been manufactured and they do the stability test, then we won't have an answer for you on the final number. But we're doing our best to make sure that we can, take as many people as possible. I will state one thing that I think is important to know is that to be able to manage a number of intoxicated customers on a vessel, I would say I'd rather stick with 6 customers every single time. If I had 18 to 21 of them on that boat, it's impossible to handle that safely. And I think, and I do have to point out from a safety standpoint, for the last year and a half, we have zero safety problems within customers. We don't have any reported accidents. We've had some people fall, things like that, but nothing that we didn't take care of. Safety's been number one with us. And we've actually had accommodations that have come back to us from customers that take the time out of their holiday and their schedule to go up to the harbor department to say how good they feel our service has been to them. So just wanted to share that with you.
Great, Sky. Thank you very much. That was very thorough, too. Thank you. Any other?
Paula Patterson, 221 Whitley, and Richard, this is because you're back. I just wanted to bring up the issue regarding the deer again, roaming throughout town, hungry, thirsty, and suffering. While we wrestle with this issue as to who is responsible for their well-being or lack of, Fish and Game has begun to cite individuals in town for feeding and watering them. I have spoken to one of those individuals who inquired of the agency if they have an alternate plan to alleviate the suffering of these animals during drought times. Their response was that they should be left to fend for themselves, and the weakest, youngest, and most compromised will die slowly and painfully, as would happen in their natural environment. This is anything but a natural environment for these animals, and I don't think it is an image we would like to be perceived as representative of our town. I'd like to mention that following the lovely rains of 1617, the deer were of little issue in town as nature provided them with the sustenance they need in the interior. The dry weather patterns, I fear, are now the norm, not the exception. Just as for our own survival, we have to be prepared for the new normal and consider a compassionate solution for the deer whose ever-increasing population will far exceed mortality of those that die from hunger and starvation. Mr. Budrovich, director of the Catalina Conservancy, gave us some grim facts here during a council meeting, stating the area of Catalina Island can viably support 500 deer, and at last count we are approaching 4,000. This is not a tenable situation, and as a town we need to be proactive to get this resolved. We all know the areas the deer congregate, the golf course, Descanso Beach, Mount Ada. During the wee hours they are all over town. I suggest we consider sanctuary sites where nourishment in the form of deer feed and carrots are set out for them, and that donation receptacles are placed in areas asking people not to feed them because of their dietary requirements, but their donations will help provide the funds to buy the proper nourishment they require. This is a stopgap measure, however, as without a cull or removing the deer from the island, their numbers will continue to increase. Fish and Game does not see it in their bureaucratic interest to consider Avalon an exception to the rules put in place for the state. When we do not have the natural predators, our interest in hunting that keep the deer populations in other regions in check. While the Conservancy and Fish and Game hammer out a solution, it is most likely we will continue to see the deer proliferate indeterminately and their well-being continue to decline before our eyes. I am asking citizens to contact me if they are interested in helping to organize this effort. I had a conversation right before I came to this meeting tonight with Dr. Denny, and he asked me to suggest to you that perhaps we take this higher, maybe to Janice Hahn, to see if she can do something to advocate with Fish and Game to help us solve this. So it's crazy. And so that's all I wanted to say, and thank you guys.
Thanks, Paul.
Thank you.
Hello, Judy Greer, 355 Descanso Avenue. I'm talking for the Friends of the Library today. We have some really good news. I think I mentioned this before. We received a $6,000 grant from the Finney Foundation, and we have decided and determined to use this for a tutoring program or a reading program that will take place at the library. If you know someone that would like to be a tutor, please let us know. If you have a young child who needs reading help or further reading instruction, please let us know. We'll start that program pretty soon. And this was one of the approaches I had from the Rotary Club about a year ago. So I do want to mention them and say this is our effort then to spend the money on a real tutor for real times. So please keep that in mind. The other thing we want to start is a little free library system. If you've been back east, they have these all over, and it's just a little tiny kiosk. One of them's in the shape of a boat. It looks really cute, and you just take a book If you need one, you've seen them. Yeah, they're cute, they're darling. You can put little, sayings on them. You can give a little information on them. But we have identified 4 places on the island that would be, or in Avalon, that would be pretty appropriate for that. And we hope to get that started pretty soon. This was an idea from the Los Angeles County Library that has many of them. Again, we would help to fund that. And if you are donating to the Friends of the Library, this will be one of the ways that you'll see that. These should be really good books, just books that the library then are culling out. The other good thing with that is then they won't be sending them over town to be destroyed. We'll be maybe moving the books around more often. We have also been sending books to Two Harbors, and I want to thank Pastor Lopez for the last shipment. He took 3 giant boxes of books for us. Before that, Scotty took boxes of books for us. And then the Cyclone, the workers on the Cyclone from the Island Company took boxes. So they have plenty of books, and they seem to like that over there. Winter seminar sessions, we're trying to do that again. And one of the suggestions I had was to have one seminar on cancer survival. What to do if your friend has cancer, how do you approach it, what do you say to people, that kind of thing. So we are working now with the hospital, and we are asking them to begin with a lecture series. So please keep that in mind. This will be in the evening and will be at the library once again. Finally, we have another grant of money that we are using for music lessons. We want to buy a bunch of ukuleles because it's so cute and darling. And we want to encourage anyone who'd like to learn how to use a ukulele to come to the library. We'll be setting that up pretty soon. And this is for children, but also we are going to fund part of it from the Friends of the Library for adults. So if you want to learn to play some music, you better be there, And then after a few lessons, we will give you the ukulele. And hopefully we'll have some entertainment. Thank you.
Okay. And then, excuse me, Mrs. Greer, are you working with Dan and the city on the potential placement for those? Have you spoken to someone within the city besides me?
Yeah, no, we're still getting, information back from the head library, but as soon as we know the parameters, then we will say to whoever it is here that we need to and take them around with us and say, what do you think about this place, that place? We also we could start with one little library for that matter. We don't have to do all 4, but we figure 4 is probably what we can handle. Okay?
Great, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, let's go to the consent calendar.
What? This might be a record for us. 3 hours and 10 minutes into the meeting. Okay, consent calendar. There are 8 items. We have minutes from the August 7th City Council meeting. We have warrants for a total disbursement of $1,078,592.20. 3 is to authorize the city manager to execute a 5-year agreement for trash collection and maintenance services with Aladdin Carpet Cleaning and Janitorial for a not-to-exceed amount of $182,500. I wanted to note that's $52,500 less than when it came to us. So we were very successful, and both parties seem to be happy. Number 4 is to make the finding that the city's contract service provider for the wastewater treatment facility was the most efficient means to provide labor and materials for emergency repairs for the Pebbly Beach lift station, and to ratify approval of the expenditures of a not-to-exceed amount of $60,986.21. And it was pointed out, thank you, Pam, that the cover of the ASA, which should have been on the back side of the staff report, which showed the grand total of that $60,986, and everything else was two-sided. I don't know what happened to that. And I believe we provided a copy in your boxes today, so you'd have it. Number 5 is to make the finding that contracting with Ken Redding to repair the private property damaged by the May 31st and June 1st, 2018 Pebbly Beach lift station Blackwater incident was the most efficient means to mitigate the city's risk and potential liability, and to ratify approval of expenditures of a not-to-exceed amount of $89,807 to be paid by the City of Avalon's insurance provider, Parsac. Number 6 is to approve a 5-year agreement with OpenGov Incorporated for the acquisition and installation of an online budget preparation module and the required integration between the OpenGov systems and our existing Superior accounting system. Number 7 is to approve the final parcel map created to split, and it gives you the APN number into 2 lots. I do have a letter for this item that needs to be read into the record. Number 8 is to authorize staff to generate a request for proposals for emergency repairs to the Pibbly Beach lift station and to authorize the city manager to execute a contract not to exceed $200,000 to conduct the repairs. And part of that sentence was inadvertently left off the agenda, but it was on the staff report.
And just for the record, on item number 7, Councilmember Olson and Interim City Manager Ratty will be recusing themselves due to their properties within 500 feet. So if that item is pulled, they will be asked to leave the room. Otherwise, they can participate if they can be here if it remains on the consent calendar.
I understand. Okay. Well, I would just, I'm going to have the city attorney explain it, but there's been a request to pull item number 7 that there was some discussion, and if you would like to please state why we may want to pull this and carry it over to a future date.
Yeah, item number 7 deals with a parcel map, and there were certain conditions. What the parcel map is the Planning Commission about 2 years ago heard a determination and agreed that one property could be split into 2 separate parcels. It was through a variance procedure. No one appealed that, so the time for appealing that has expired. There were several conditions of approval on that parcel map. The parcel map is before you tonight for the council's action is just to approve the final parcel map. That's really the only action that you can have because the time for the substance appeal has expired. We determined, I found out today that there were 2 conditions that were set forth in that, at least 2 conditions that were set forth in the original granting of the parcel map that have not yet been satisfied. One is the provision of off-street parking for one of the smaller parcels, and the second dealt with the preparation of a declaration of covenant that said that the smaller property cannot be developed for 10 years. In other words, there couldn't be anything done on it for 10 years. That would be recorded with that on that parcel because that parcel does not exist. It's a separate. That document, as far as we know, has not been prepared. I've directed my staff to begin preparing it, but the council has 3 options. Option number 1 is to approve item number 7 with the subsequent direction that the map cannot actually be recorded until the conditions that I've talked about are satisfied. Second is to continue it to another date when those matters are done. And the third is just to pull the item from the agenda and direct the applicant to complete those items before it is brought and renoticed again. So that's the story on number 7. Okay. I know that there are some people here that may want to talk on that.
And they can talk about us wanting to pull it or not?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I would suggest we pull it until we receive the information that we need, so we have the whole complete packet. But if anybody would like to speak, then I don't know what the rest of y'all are thinking, but.
I'd rather have the full packet.
Yeah, I'd rather pull it.
Okay, if we want to pull it, then at least if there's going to, I think there's going to be some discussion on that, so I'd have Councilmember Olson and Interim City Manager Ratty leave.
Okay.
I was just asking for a clarification. When you're talking about a complete packet, what would be in that packet?
I guess an agreement or some provision where the off-street parking is provided or proof that it's provided.
Okay.
And then the actual draft of the deed.
The draft for the recordable
Correct.
moratorium. Okay.
comments from the community? Can we just pull it, or should we call for a vote to pull it?
Oh, if you just want to pull it and postpone it until those two items are done, then I would ask for a vote on doing that.
Okay, great. Okay.
Direction.
Yeah.
Is it just direction or is it a vote?
It's a vote.
just a direction to
I think it's
hold it
a vote to
over?
I think we need a vote to pull it.
Well, you said to continue, we
To
did.
continue it.
Okay, well, you're going to take it off and you're not going to take any action on it, then I'd like to at least get a vote on not taking action until that
Okay.
item is done. If you're continuing it, you continue it to a definite day.
Okay. Is there a motion to continue it?
Yeah, I'll make the motion to continue it.
Second?
To a date upon
Which, when those
when all the
documents-
conditions
When all the
have been
conditions have
satisfied.
been met.
Correct.
Okay.
And, I'm sorry, and I would also, just from trying to do my own research on this and watching the prior meetings, which were extremely confusing, and I know the neighbors have had many conversations with each other, but I would just like to compel the neighbors to continue conversations until all the items can be met and agreed upon.
So the motion, and did you want to second it, Cindy?
I made it.
Oh, you made it? Oh, I said second, like who's going to second? Okay, all
Any
right.
more, no public comment?
Call for the vote.
4 ayes, 1 abstention, Councilmember Olson.
Is that the only item that we're pulling?
Well, unless you want to pull one for the minutes on the moratorium.
I have a quick question about the Pebbly Beach repairs. Is this the full extent of the cost other than of course, the city forces?
I knew that question was coming.
Sorry.
Okay, so roughly, we're still talking roughly here, but the city piece, and some of this may still be eligible for reimbursement by Parsec, but I have tallied $118,988, which roughly I have like $25,000 of staff time and overtime when we were out there for those days. 60,000 something here
Right,
for the
with-
SES.
Yes.
And what else had that? And then just various other expenses like our 25,000 that went to Parsec. And so that was 30. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going over. So that 33,000 for all those other type of expenses, okay? And then Parsec had, for Ken Redding's contract, because they also had the Buffalo Nickel, but also that piece of that was paid to the Island Company because they were going to do a larger remodel to the Buffalo Nickel.
Is that why they still have the porta potties out there?
Yeah, yes, exactly.
Okay.
So we've made a settlement.
You answered my
Yeah, we
other
made a
question.
settlement with the Island Company on that. So that contract was $115,539 was the starting amount, and then as we moved forward with that, it was reduced down because the Island Company took on a piece of that. And then for the restoration management, and so that was a cleanup, that was $299,970 for the cleanup. And so that's $415,509. So between those numbers, that totals up $534,497 up to date. Okay? But those are rough numbers still. Okay? And then, as one of the agenda items, there's a rough number until we get bids in for the lift station final repairs of $200,000. So you're almost at $750,000, so.
And I have been working with Joanne Rennie at Parsec on just making certain that, one, everything's done appropriate, two, and we're also looking at, and we have a call later this week about what rights we might have against third parties to recover, for Parsec to recover some of this money.
Okay, is that sufficient right now?
Is that?
Okay.
Okay, so what's...
Thank you. Anything else going to be pulled?
Oh, I'd like to pull number 6, please. And number 8.
Yeah,
So then I need to recuse myself from number 5, and I'm sorry, I just sort of rounded my way through that. But if it's not going to be pulled for discussion, then we could take that as a separate item.
Yeah, or you can just, your vote can reflect that on that item you are abstaining.
So on number 5, I would like to be reflected as abstaining from that vote.
Okay.
So 6 and 8, was there another one in there?
That's all I've heard. So is there a motion on the others?
I'll move approval of items 1 through 5.
Second.
It said it's already done.
Yeah. That's moved and seconded. Comments? Call for the vote.
All ayes.
Thank you. I guess you can go home, Eddie.
You got approved.
Congratulations.
See you on the street. Thank you.
Where's our finance director? They have something to talk about on number 6 in case anybody pulled it.
I've had some communications with Denise and other members of the staff who are making recommendations on software and suggested some parameters that we might want to look at. And I always spend some time looking to see, what's the other people's experience with this kind of software. And OpenGov, they were bought out by a huge company. So they certainly have a lot of staffing, but it seemed like there were really good reports, and then there were reports where people said, gee, we couldn't get our budget done because we couldn't figure out how to use this, and so we went back to the old way and we're still struggling. So I just wanted to suggest that rather than jump in for 5 years, because the cost of these things never go up, they always go down. The more users they get, the less it costs them to do it, is to consider a year or two, see how we do. I'm going to say that and the other thing I want to be assured of is that the budgets that we get are going to look like the Excel spreadsheet. I don't want pie charts. I don't want to have to mouse over something to figure out, this is how much this department spent and this is what their revenues are, because the chart, the OpenGov that's available to users now is not very user-friendly. If you want to get a big picture of, or try to look at things overall. So in terms of the reporting, one of the contracts that I looked at that another community had, they specified specifically what they were going to be getting in terms of what the reports would look like. So 4 standard reports, annual budget to actuals, a balance sheet and transactions, that it would incorporate up to 5 years of data going back, and up to, I don't know what this means, up to 4 data sets. And then the other thing I was a little confused at in terms of contract is that you guys are indicating that it's a set fee, but if you read the actual contract language, it says that they have the right to increase it by up to 4% each year. And that if we use our credit card, they can charge us for a credit card. So I just wanted to clarify what the story was with those 2 things.
Well, to get back to your first comment, Councilmember, with regard to the contract, okay, we'd have to go back and negotiate a 2-year contract then, if that's what you wanted. Right now, the fees that they have proposed are predicated on a 5-year agreement with the city. So I'll be happy to do that. I can sit down with them and let them know what the council's direction is.
And I'll give you the copies because I was interested to see what other cities were paying.
Sure.
And somebody had a contract for a 2-year, and then they went back, and they were able to get the current fee, which it was less than what they had signed on for.
Okay, so we can do that. With regard to the reports are they're committed to giving us a certain number of reports, basically 2 or 4. 2 financial data reports, 2 on workforce position control type reports. They're going to be formatted however we want them to be formatted. So,
but this module you will use to do the budget, right?
Yeah. Well, we're going to provide the same information we always have, but instead of using Excel spreadsheets, we're going to use the OpenGov system to produce those spreadsheets. It's just, it's automating a process that right now is almost totally manual.
And I totally get that. I just want to know, I know I sound like a Luddite, but when the piece of paper that I'm going to be looking at is not going to be the charts, the color charts, it's going to be just data.
We're going to give you the boring spreadsheets, but we're also going to provide some charts in case other council members would like to see those. But the beauty of the system is that anyone can get on there.
It's integrated. I
and
totally buy into
They
that.
can
I
produce
get that.
reports any way they want to report.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Just one thing to add, which I think is important, and what makes OpenGov different from other platforms that might be out there is this is the only one we've identified that's integrated with Superior.
Right.
And I know historically we've had the OpenGov system, but I think why it hasn't been utilized to its full potential is just from personal experience. I've tried to update the data, and there's a process to extract the data from our accounting system, format it in the way OpenGov would want it, and then upload it to their system. It's a manual process, and it's more challenging than I anticipated. I haven't had a ton of time to spend trying to figure it out, and I'm sure given enough time I could figure it out. But again, that would be a manual process I would have to undertake every week or every month or however often we wanted to update the OpenGov system. And so what really makes OpenGov, I think, a differentiator from other vendors that might be out there, and this is, again, my understanding is this is the only vendor we identified that is connected to our accounting system. We would be able to get updates to that information in real time. So if or not real time, but if I booked an entry, say on Monday, the system could refresh overnight, and on Tuesday, a department head could go to his expenditure account and see whether or not what's been charged to that account. Just from kind of my perspective, department heads, there's a bottleneck at finance where if they want to know where they stand in their budget, they have to come to me, and then I have to manually pull the report from the accounting system. And we have kind of a visualization here. It's not the most user-friendly, so what I try to do is I try to put it in Excel and modify it in a way so it's a little easier for the departments. But again, it just creates a bottleneck on finance. And you know, if we utilize OpenGov to its potential with the integration, it would allow for better transparency from the department heads without additional work coming from finance. I have a full presentation. I can show the features of it, but if there aren't any questions, I can answer the questions as well. But I guess our plan is to go back and discuss with OpenGov a different contract length.
No, I mean, that was just my, I don't know that anybody else is weighing in, and usually they don't agree with me anyway. I feel like I'd rather go through one budget say, this is fabulous, it works great, or we go through one thing and we say, you know what, this isn't what we thought it was. Sorry, we're going to go see what SunGuard's developed or somebody else has developed. That's just my personal preference, is why I asked the question.
Could we ask for a shorter time frame and then an out to the contract? Or the opportunity to look at it in 2 years and say, if it's working, let's just, we'll continue with it?
Bob can correct me, but I believe when we were negotiating or discussing the contract with them, they did propose a 3-year contract initially as well. They did offer a discount with the longer term of the contract, so that's one thing. If we do shorten the contract, there might be additional cost for the system.
I'd say leverage it. Let them know we really want to try it, but we're in, some financial crunch right now.
And we have been burned in the past.
And we have been burned in the past. That is very valid.
Well, with regard to the contract, okay, they have proposed a contract.
Mhm.
It still has to be approved by the city attorney, and there's some negotiating points that I want to talk to them about. One of them is I want a termination clause. I want the city to be able to terminate
Right,
with
and
notice.
And that's how it's a contract.
All we need tonight, really, what we're asking tonight is just to approve it and go for it and finalize the contract with city attorney's review and help. And then we would have the city manager execute it. But I'll talk to them in the morning. We'll find out what we can get out of them and let them know what the council's will is. The one thing that I did want to remind everyone is what Matt just said, is that Pat Grady's the one, our IT manager. Okay, so Pat Grady, we asked him to find us a budget system that worked with Superion. So Superion used to be SunGuard. It was bought out or changed names, whatever. It's not the best accounting system in the world, but it does have the basic core financial data. And unfortunately, the only system that Pat was able to find that actually talks with the Superion accounting system is OpenGov. So OpenGov is available. It's been installed with a number of cities up and down the state. They reported to us that they have 160 clients. Some of them use different versions. of the OpenGov budget module. But it's a fully integrated module. It talks to SunGuard. We have to work with SunGuard, Superior on their end. They have to also build an integration piece. But if we decide to get rid of SunGuard in a couple of years, we can take OpenGov and apply it to whatever new system.
Right, and I guess that was
we're
my other question, because I get the sense that SunGuard's really not your favorite. So doesn't OpenGov have other modules that would do everything? And if it can
SunGuard is just not it's not the best
data?
system. So I've used SunGuard in another city, and when I got there, they were complaining about it, and I found out why. It just doesn't have a lot of bells and whistles and capabilities. It's a very basic system. It works, but it doesn't provide everything that finance people and I think the city council would want to see. One of the things it doesn't provide is an encumbrance system. So a lot of good accounting systems, at the end of if it doesn't allow two departments to put in, if we have $50,000 to spend for materials and supplies, our system will allow two departments to basically spend $70,000, even though the budget is only $50,000. Most systems will block it. They'll throw up a red flag. It'll require an override. So there's a lot of limitations, but the reality of it is that right now we're trying to catch up. We're trying to catch up on work that should have been done a long time ago, and we need to complete the audit. Matt's getting started with the second audit. The MTA is auditing. For us to undertake a
switchover.
The switchover would be a monumental effort. It would take a year, and we just don't have the time or the staff to do it right now. So what we want to do is we want to at least give ourselves and you a better budget. And for Matt, this will provide a lot of relief.
No, in terms of time saving,
Yeah.
I totally get this.
But yeah, maybe in a couple of years we can consider replacing SunGuard.
So,
2 or 3 year, I think is what is there some
2 year, 3 year
sense?
What if 2 or 3 years is a lot more money, though?
It's not going to be.
Or
I have no idea.
Yeah, or if they want to stick with the 5-year, then we need some sort of option to be able, like you were saying, to be able to terminate the contract.
Well, I think what we need is that provision in there that we can terminate with notice without penalty.
Yeah.
What we'll do is we'll discuss with them. We'll bring back 2 options. I will tell you that software companies are notoriously reluctant to change their contract terms, but we can come to you with a 2, 3, or 5 year option, and then the council can decide.
Perfect.
Okay. And I would prefer to have an option of 2 years with the city's unilateral right to extend it if it works out to 3 years and give them some.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
And
I'll
if
give
they-
you the materials I collected.
So if they come back and say, yes, we'll do the 2-year with the option to extend it 3 more years and it'll just be the same price, could we vote on allowing that to go through so that way it doesn't need to come back to council?
You could do that if you.
I mean, I'd rather not have another item coming back, so why do you want to?
Is that a motion?
Yeah, I was saying, do you want to craft the motion?
No, you just did.
Okay, so.
I understand the motion.
Okay, so.
And I'm seconding it.
And don't we want out?
And that's what.
We want it out, yeah.
That was.
After 2 years, yes.
So that way, if.
And then if we
you're
can also
amicable, you
get
don't have to
any
come back.
for breach.
Right.
I'll try and get an out for convenience.
Okay, so there's been a motion and a second. Any further comment? Call for the vote.
Thank you.
Good.
Thank you.
Good
All
job,
ayes.
staff. Council. Okay, item number 9.
8. No.
Oh, yeah. It was that one little piece of paper.
Can we take a 2-minute potty break after?
No, we're going to take a half an hour break.
Dinner break.
I need a potty break after 8.
Yeah.
We can take,
5 minutes at least.
well, let Bob do this
No, that's what I'm
one.
saying, after 8.
Because you can go home after that, right?
Okay,
After 8,
so
Bob?
one of my first questions is just, I know I guess 200,000, given how much other money we've been spending tonight, doesn't look like that much, but generally when we do requests for proposals, there's a process, and that comes before the city council, and we pick the lowest responsible bidder.
So we're asking for all of that in front, okay? And the reason we're doing that is so we can move fast. Because right now, our system has hoses that is pumping this town's sewage through, and we have a backup redundant system, but we want to move as fast as possible. And so we're going to follow all the requirements of contracting. We're just
Okay.
asking up front to do this. Then we'd come back after the fact, report, hey, we were successful in getting this done. And actually, as probably before we even started construction, we just want to be able to move through, not ask to go out for an RFP and ask for the dollar, you know. So we know what we have to do here. We just want to move as fast as possible, not let the process get in our way.
And then, how did you come up with the 200,000?
That's the best guess that we have between our on-call engineering consultant that's helping me get the design done and looking at the scope of work that we have out there. We felt that that was a sufficient dollar amount to go forward to ask you to keep on going, okay?
Because if, I guess that's my question too, and somebody comes in for $210,000, and then, but you'll be talking to the people, right? So,
that's correct.
So if everybody knows it's 200,000, then we hopefully could take the lowest bid of somebody under 200,000.
It's got to be the lowest bid.
Correct.
Yes. But all you're doing is you're just delegating. Right. You're just delegating the decision based on the lowest bid, so the city manager can sign a contract right away, so he doesn't have to wait for the council. I will tell you that I will be back to the council with the final design for this, just so we can capture the design immunity.
Yeah, and that's actually this next meeting,
Right.
I think, is we'll be done with the design, and I'll say, here's the design, and hopefully we're ready to be at bid, and I can report that. I'm just trying to get...
I mean, in terms of design, aren't we just putting in a pipe that's not...
No, we're coming out
Cracked?
the front of the box, a different, because the other discharge point was 14 feet down at the back of the
underneath
box.
concrete. Okay,
And now,
so you're
and that was
redesigning
why
where
we had
it
to move
is.
the emergency generator.
Gotcha.
Bad deal. So now we're putting it more.
You're
towards-
redesigning it a little more.
Redesigning that and freshening up the system at the same time.
I'm trying to get in front of the next
Okay.
Hey, Bob,
All right, then I'll move staff
Right.
on
Just-
number
Excuse
8.
me, Councilmember.
Hey, Bob, I
Hernandez.
just have one more question. I thought years ago, when all this was going on and we had troubles the first time, that we were having a backup parts for all this pump stations down there. Is that still going on? I mean, would something happen down there? We had a pump go out, something went wrong. We doubled up in case we did have a problem.
And how
We had
many
a
years?
backup.
So how many years back are we talking? So
I don't think it's all that many years back.
Okay.
Probably 5 or 6 years, maybe.
Okay, so what I found, I mean, you can remember all the times I was asking for pumps to be redone at both lift stations. And so that stuff wasn't here.
Right.
Wherever, if somebody had it, it wasn't here. So we made sure, working with ES, that we had pumps all redone. We had a backup pump on the shelf so we don't have to, and so we're doing all of those things. And with this system, we're even making sure that we have backup discharge points, and so that we can have our backup pump right at the site.
Perfect.
And with all the connections ready to go. So you're going to have a superior system when you get done with
And
this.
that was basically my question, just to make sure that we're still doing that same
We're not
concept.
Band-Aiding this,
Okay.
but we're also
All right.
not going overboard.
Okay.
We're making sure that it's the appropriate system for the
this project.
primary.
Okay.
Okay?
That was it.
Is there a motion on item number 8? Pam, motion?
I'll second.
Okay, motion and a second. No further comment. Call for the vote.
All ayes?
Yeah, number.
Okay, now we want to take a little break?
What's that? Okay.
Okay. Wait, are we back on already? Oh, well. Okay, we are back, and I'm sorry, I have cookie in my mouth. We're going to item 9.
Okay.
Okay.
This item is before us because of all the requests that the city does receive on it, so we were coming up with some guidelines, and I did punt this to Gabby over there, so I'm going to let her take the lead on this, so any questions, and she'll walk us through it.
Great. Okay, so I was directed to look at other cities and see what they have for guidelines and application for on-street parking. Up to date, we've received about 6. 2 have been approved and 4 are pending. So currently, the first step is a resident would submit in writing to the city manager's office requesting handicap on-street parking for the disability. We don't ever ask for any sort of requirements. So there's certain requirements that are being proposed in this. The first going to be, they have to be a full-time student. They have to have a permanent placard or permanent handicap plate. And they have to exhaust all the other options as far as off-street parking. There's certain ones that request off-street parking, but they also have driveways off their property or underground parking, as in Bahia Vista, and that's being used for storage. So we would go ahead and send out probably someone for Public Works and make sure all the other options have been exhausted. It's pretty lengthy.
Not that bad.
That's good.
Pretty good.
Okay. It's my first stab, so.
That's good.
Our office reviewed the policy. We've made minimal tweaks. It's consistent with City of Long Beach's policy.
So they don't get charged a lot.
So one.
They don't get charged a lot.
So one question, sorry, Denise. One question I have is, so this map is really helpful. Thank you for this. Would we be going back and revisiting all of the current blue curbs and having them apply again?
I wasn't under the direction, but if that is what you decide.
Well, my question was, have we verified that these people are even there anymore? Some of them may have been given, I just don't mean to say it that way, but you know what I mean. If there's someone who needed the handicap space that
might have moved on.
Right.
We have removed some. Yes, we have. And no, Pam, we haven't gone over to look to see if those are all viable. We had not considered about having those people reapply or anything like that. Not at this point. We hadn't.
I found that the neighbors will say something.
I was just going to say, it's usually a neighbor that lets us know that that person has passed away. But in the guidelines, it also addresses, that we would review those applications every 2 years.
Okay. So I just had 2 points here. It says that it'll be identified by a blue curb and a sign. I don't think we put individual signs up, right?
No, we usually just do the curb and then the sign.
Yeah, so I think let's just, if we could delete that, that we're not going to do a sign. And I would advocate for a staff member like Gabby with a couple of community members. I think Denise city manager just has way too much on her plate to take this on. And I think having some community member participation would be a helpful thing. Committee that gets together once a month and goes through whatever applications.
And it would still have the Public Works going out to evaluate.
Or whatever, your resources, you would have those. But I think that would be helpful.
I'm confused. Are you asking that community members be able to determine whether the need is there?
Well, obviously somebody's it's not that there's a need. Somebody fills out an application, somebody has to go through the application, has to go look at this, they look at the space, they administer the program, much like we do with we have vehicle hearing officers, we have other kinds of things.
So how it's laid right now is that we would go ahead and receive a complete application, and then Public Works would go ahead, check out all the other parking, if they're exhausted, measure any driveways, make sure there's a minimum that's met, and then it would go back to the city manager on a case-by-case basis, so she would have, or he or she would have the ultimate say.
So what it talks about is having really an engineering analysis, and so that's what I've been providing those services, you know, so as we get applications, and then I take a look at, you know, whether they're able to fit a golf cart in their space, kind of look at the property lines, because we've had issues where some of those driveways are actually split on the property. So I do, you know, pretty much I can move through that stuff pretty quickly. And then I do, you know, as we get more of these, you know, now I've got 3 in a block, then can it be in front of that person's house? Because it's supposed to be able to serve multiple people. It's not supposed to serve just an individual. So, you know, some of it that's why we talked, there may be some rebalancing of these, even if you get a space that's right in front of your house. And that's what's in right now that we talk about, is all of a sudden we end up getting 4 of them requested, and we have a 600-foot block. How do you get it balanced out to be about 150 feet? Otherwise, we have 2 or 3 real close to each other, and we really haven't we've served those 3 maybe individuals, but not served the community. So how do you balance out the serving the needs of the community versus, you know, the people that are just the individuals on
You mean
that block?
handicap versus regular vehicles? Is
Yeah,
that what we're talking about,
handicap
servicing
versus-
that? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, all of those pieces of that. Okay,
So
but
that would
even
be,
if-
that would be a big part of it, but I still think the handicap would supersede some of the other things,
Yeah,
maybe.
so
mean,
I guess there's
I don't know.
the handicapped residents that are actually here. Yeah, you have to be a full-time resident to be able to park in one of these spots. But then I guess, you know, the larger question is, how about somebody that's a visitor that needs some assistance too? That's
No,
staying-
I think the way that it would work is if there's a blue space, a visitor with a valid handicap placard could park there. I mean,
That's correct. And so how do we serve that larger ADA population, disabled population? So we have to serve that, plus individually, we're trying to help out other members of the community. So on a more finite scale, we're also trying to achieve that with this. So, but at first, what the Department of Justice and with the ADA Act, they said you need to be able to provide you know, these spaces, you know, that's the way it's heading for cities right now. It used to be, and
there's a 2014 California Supreme Court case that says that.
and so it used to be that, you know, it was in the complexes. Now it's moving to the on-street.
On-street. Right.
Yeah.
So, well, and then I have the questions of because right now, if I live on Clementi Street, I can use a space in front of my house or wherever it is and across the street. Well, if we're going to change some of these streets to maybe one way or whatever, then they would only need a parking spot on one street, on one side of the street, for example, like Catalina.
Well,
or,
that's a good question.
You know.
So when they switch over streets.
Because so then they end up with two.
Handicap on the other side?
Yes. And
Well,
that's
it's
what
not,
we did.
I mean, it's not designated for a specific person.
So right now, when we paint
I understand that.
a blue spot and you have it for street sweeping, you have it on the other side of the road. Also, you paint both sides of the road when we put them on.
I got you.
Right.
I got you. That was
And
my
so
question.
during, you know,
So
it's
when you switch
Tuesday,
over-
Thursday,
Right.
now you have a spot right
But it's just
across
across the street.
Yes. So it won't matter if we, well, okay, and what impact does this have if we decide to get rid of the 72-hour requirement and some of the other ones? Then can we dictate that, you know, the overnighter, they can be there for a year, or how do you do that? How do you regulate, is there any regulation you can put on handicap, I guess is my question.
You have to be.
Yes,
Handicap has to comply with all existing.
Right.
But
Correct.
not for time.
We can, no, if you have a city law, like for instance, a 72-hour law, they will have to move it once during the 72 hours.
Or if you have a street sweeping.
A street
law,
sweeping thing, they have to get off the street during that time. Yes, yes.
There's actually case law
Yes.
there's case law that speaks to that.
Right.
But if it's
And that was even somewhere in Southern California, a case that speaks to that.
Because, you know, you see downtown, you see some people who work in different spots, they park there all day and they go to work. I've seen this constantly down by Metropole. And
They
cars
can
are parked
park-
there all day, but there's nothing there saying you only can park a half hour. I mean,
Oh,
I don't know what I don't know what the rule is on that, because I've seen it done a bunch of times on Metropole where you have the handicap for people that are going to the post office, people that are going to the grocery store, and a car pulls up and it's all day and that person's over here working for 8 hours. How fair is that to somebody who?
I think the case law
So I don't know how
said,
that works.
and you know, we have the city attorney here, but I think if it wasn't posted, as long as you had code that said it was 72 hours, they could enforce that, and it wasn't.
That's the only way.
And if they say it's 1 hour, it's only 1 hour.
Yeah.
So we can have a say-so.
So we can regulate that.
We can regulate that, is that what?
We can, they could regulate that if it didn't have the sign.
So that would be, we're basically talking commercial area.
Yeah.
Not talking residential.
Yeah.
Yeah, this, I think, is a lot for the flats.
Yeah.
That's where we're getting that. And then up, you know, as we get up Whitley and all, you know, that somebody's requesting it, they don't have something on site. It's, and it becomes a little problematic as we get those multifamily. Now, if we had somebody in a house and now they've converted that to 4 residences, now we have 2 disabled people in that same house. Now it becomes very dense. And that's why I'm saying you may have to shuffle some of that so that we just don't get, you know, 3 ADA spots right next to each other, even though it serves them, but it doesn't serve the general community either. Or what
So
their
it
needs are.
eliminates the residential parking.
Yeah. So that's part of the balance of the recommendation that would come there, and so there is some limitations if there isn't a spot within 150 feet. Because realize when you're in a multifamily, you walk down from maybe an apartment complex and it's not right below your apartment.
No.
It's over,
Yeah.
it's the closest spot, but you have to walk a distance to it, you know, so this is no different, you know, so it doesn't say you have to have the spot right in front of your house. You may have to somehow get to that spot. This is more just to have a close parking, I think, is what we're trying to do. It's not,
You know, the amazing thing about an Avalon is usually neighbors work it out and they realize, okay, that handicap space is because my neighbor's handicapped and they need space to park there. And it's just when you get other people who aren't part of the neighborhood until they figure it out that they disrupt those patterns.
So I think the
it's
most
really
important-
not as crazy.
Yeah, but the
Like,
most important-
I park my truck in the same place all the time, but it's none of it's designated. And the guy that parks next to me always parks
you
there.
you get used to it. But I think it's most important to have a policy right now because we don't have a policy.
Right, which
for
is
the
why
ADA.
I was pressing for this,
Yeah.
because there were people in the community, and I do feel we need to recognize that we have a large population of elderly people, we have people who have physical disabilities, and that we need to be able to respond. And it's state law. I mean, we're already under the gun for not complying with ADA.
Correct.
And this is part of what we're not doing, is not having a policy and a process for approving these, so. I think it's really good that you put this together.
So, Mayor, I have 2 questions.
Yes.
Richard,
Go ahead.
Richard started. What liability, if any, does the city have if we choose a placement for the curb? What liability does the city have to supply lighting or safe access to the residents?
There's no, well, as far as when somebody puts an application, it says, you know, hold the city harmless
Right,
for
there's
any
a
of
liability
the
waiver.
stuff if you're accepting this as a spot. But in
The same
general, there
liability
is
that
no.
the city has for any pedestrian or user of the street.
But we don't have an ADA standard. We don't have a standard plan for this spot like you would have the requirements in a multifamily resident, have 2% cross slope, have this width. It is just a blue curb on a street that says you have better accessibility somewhere near your residence to not have to walk so far. But as far as getting down the curb, getting into the car, that vehicle, there is no other, you know, accommodations.
We're not required under state law to have curb cuts at every single handicap spot. My favorite case, maybe of all time, is Ansoner versus LA, which says that you have no liability for lighting. If you don't put lighting, you're not liable, period. Or you put too much lighting. It's just one of those.
Okay, so then I guess my second.
Cracked concrete, those kinds of things that are different. Yeah.
So I guess my second question or comment would be, I would agree that, say, the 200 block and above in the flats and then in the hillsides is probably not where a lot of the contention comes from, but there is a lot of concern down near Catalina Street, Lower Descanso Street, over on Metropole, in the urban, so to speak, area where people need to go get their mail, they need to go to the grocery store. Those spots are being parked in the morning and they're full all day. So it's the concerns that I hear are, can we regulate like the 100 block, below the 100 block or whatnot to be 2 hour maximum or something like that? And then
we enforce what's there. We just need to enforce it.
But it doesn't, if I had a placard and I was going to go park on Metropole, all of the green says 1 hour parking, but I don't believe the blue spot says 1 hour.
Everybody assumes that they can park there all day because
Yes.
that's what we've allowed.
Right. Yes.
The same thing at the boat.
So that's what
And
I'm
it doesn't
saying,
say
can
that
we,
either.
so we just determine that this is now 1 or 2 hour.
So
I don't have the code in front of me, but I am 99.9% sure that a handicapped person can park in a green curb in any time limit thing for an extended period of time. They do not have to adhere to the 1 hour like I would have to. What they do have to adhere to is, like Pam stated, that if it says no parking, you can't park there. You can't park in the red, you can't park in the white, and if it says no overnight, you have to move, but the other part is.
Yeah, it can't have the hour with it, but it can have no parking. Right.
But if they have a placard on there.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to look at that. I think that statute is correct. The one thing that is important is on page 2 of 7. One of the last provisions on subdivision D, it says that any time the city may reposition the spaces once installed to rebalance the spaces for the good of the community and the disabled residents. So if we have a situation where we're not having the ability of non-handicapped citizens to park in an area, we can rebalance and we can readjust. So this is kind of like the saturation maps for CUPs.
Yeah. So, like on Whitley.
And there is studies in other communities, in Long Beach, I think, just completed, it's what percentage you need. And so it's just like you would, how many parking spaces you need for a multifamily residence, you do that calculation. Now we get up to a block face and I have 4, and somebody, I'm getting that 5th one, you go, you know what, we've complied with at least the guidelines in other communities to get that, and we can't offer this 5th one. You know, that may be what eventually comes from that, you know, or that repositioning. So that was why that was put in there, because then the needs of the community are not being met if we have too many of them.
And I know there's a few people in Whitley that I don't know if they applied or they want to apply. And I don't see a few there. There's a few
They're down on the right.
Might be down here on the right. Request.
Okay, yeah.
Those 4 right
And
there.
I know for a fact that it's tough parking on Whitley.
Yes,
and
it is.
And I've talked to him, and I went up there actually myself and watched the people actually where that person lived. His car in the front of his house, and when he woke up in the morning, it was 5 streets down because people just release the brake and they push it down the hill, and then the next guy comes up at night, pushes it downhill. I went up there.
Oh my God.
They were bumper to bumper, and his car was probably 100 yards from his house on that street just because somebody wanted a parking spot and they rolled it down. Now, if it would have been a handicap spot there, if it would have happened, I don't know. I don't think it would have.
I don't think it would.
I don't think it would have either. I think if there's a handicap thing there,
yeah,
I get it. If there's another person who lives next door or lives in a duplex and they live right next to each other, it doesn't mean it's his. It's multiple use. They could use it. But That's what they're running with on Whitley that I saw, and I went up there personally, and I thought, oh my God.
And just for the record here, Vehicle Code 22511.5 says a disabled placard allows you to park for unlimited periods in any space that is restricted to the length of time.
Oh, so we can restrict the length of time.
So you set the hours.
So if you restrict the length of time, like 1 hour, 2 hours, they can park there all day.
Right.
If you say no parking between X and X, they can't park there during that time.
That's exactly what that law, that court case found.
But it said, you just said length of time. So if we designate 4 hours as the length of time, that's as long as they can be there.
No, they can
Why
park there
because-
longer. They can park there longer. It's you have to prohibit any parking within a certain time period. They'd have to move it.
Well, go ahead.
Go ahead. And,
No,
so
you're
that it's kind of a catch-22 for me, but the people who need handicap stickers, I think, need handicap stickers, and I I feel for some of the people that might lose a little spot as a resident, and how many of these are these just all golf carts, or are there any regulation cars in the handicap? These are just all. Are these just all carts? Are they?
No, it's the combination of the full size and the golf cart.
Okay.
So you get a 10-foot space for an autoette. And you get a 20-foot for a full size.
Okay.
Full size.
And and even that we can adapt
Correct.
it if there's
Correct.
a user.
It might not have
that
a
needs
big car.
yeah,
I got
because I
it.
think we've had those before. I'm just that much
Right.
long. I can't get in there, so we extend it just a little bit. Okay.
That's just my feeling.
But something that is contained in here is the fact that staff will go out and check and make sure there's no parking available. If you're on Clementi at Bahia Vista, you're not going to get a space on the street.
That's
If
right.
you've got a garage, you're not going to get a space on. If you've got a driveway, you're not going to get a space on the street.
Right. That's
It's
correct.
only going to be the people that actually need it and are not using the off-street parking they have available, which I think makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Can we?
So the only thing that I wasn't clear on is, so if there is some dispute, like we make a mistake, you go and you think that the driveway belongs to somebody and it's actually not, you've made a mistake. Is there some provision or some basis in which somebody can come back and say, oh, you looked at the wrong driveway, or you didn't know where the property lines were, or do we feel like the form will elicit that information and we can
Well, I trust that
go from there?
planning and.
I know, sometimes you just can't tell.
I would think, Pam, that if I denied somebody, not me, but if staff denied somebody for stating, well, you have this, you have that, you could park there, and all they would have to do is come back and say,
Okay.
Did you
So
really look at that?
so your understanding of how this will work is that they will get a letter that says you're being denied for the following reasons, blah, blah, blah. Okay.
And I don't.
That's all that's.
Is that an appeal thing? Do they?
Yeah, it is appealable.
Can they appeal that to us?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, any decision, any.
Hopefully it wouldn't have to.
I'm just asking.
yeah.
I'm just asking.
Because you can appeal anything.
Yeah.
Correct.
So we're
Well,
trying to keep the process as
just
simple as
asking.
possible. You're going to have
Right.
an engineering professional go out and
Sure.
take a look.
Right.
He creates a recommendation to go to the city manager.
Correct. Yeah.
He makes a determination. And even if they come to the appeal, you have all that backup information
Get the process.
with pictures, and you go, yes, yay, or no.
You do the process.
Yeah.
Then I'm just going to make a recommendation that instead of saying the city manager, or that we add or his or her designee.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
That we
Okay.
add,
And then
where,
with the other
where's that?
change to delete the sign, I'm going to move approval. as
Instead
presented.
of just saying the city manager.
Approval guidelines.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I am concerned about, I would like to see a reapplication of all current spaces, that they go through this process and we do the inspection for all current spots that we have. There's no charge to do it, so it doesn't, yes, it would take, a little bit of time, but I think it's valuable to just make sure we have a good ground to start on. And then I'm concerned about the proof of full-time residency. And I believe that the disabled person or the person who has the placard registered should be the applicant, and that they should be the ones parking in said spots, so to speak. So, for example, if I owned a home over here, I would be receiving Edison bills, which is one way you can show proof of residency, that the Edison bills are in my name, but I'm only here for 1 month a year in the summertime in my vacation home. I may even be registered to vote over here because you have the option to register to vote.
No, but they were talking about our subsidy card. They would show their subsidy, they'd have to have a subsidy card.
But if you had, how,
We're not, what we're giving examples. They have to provide proof of full-time residency. We give some examples of things, but that's not the exclusive list. That's going to, again, be up to the discretion of the city manager or his or her designee to make certain that that person is a full-time resident before they issue the permit.
And I have a problem with recertifying that blue spaces that are out there, because who is that space belong to? Why is that space created? You know, there's a space down the
because
street.
we don't have applications previously.
We don't know that.
We
But
have
we
the
did
letters.
require written,
Written correspondence, written requests to the city manager, so Denise would have all those on file.
I know that I've kept them for the last 10 years.
Oh, so everybody has had, everyone that's
everyone,
blue,
we have-
a few that aren't. A few that are just.
I mean, the ones that we can confirm, I don't have a problem with, but it's just, I can confirm something.
For the most part, they're in front of the person's house. So that'd be your first choice to go talk to them.
Right, yeah, you can see the golf cart there with the sticker.
And now, since we're talking about handicap stickers, could we talk about enforcement of the appropriate use of handicap stickers? I understand the law, the person that the sticker's issued to has to be in the car at the time they're parked and handicapped. And I understand there's a few cars in town that have handicap stickers that never carry the handicapped person in the car and takes advantage of the blue stickers or blue curves all over the place. Could we talk to code and our sheriff friends about that?
Talk to the sheriff.
We can look at that. There's also a number the DMV has for reporting people that are not properly using handicap placards.
Yeah, and there's sting operations they've been completing over town.
Yeah, but they're over town, they're not here.
Yeah, but
You know, you'd have a motion to say that.
There is a motion and a second?
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay, there's been a motion. Did you want to comment? Anybody in the audience? Debbie, Judd, you good?
Debbie, you guys want to say anything?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
Please
come
comment.
forward.
Why are your button?
I'm sorry?
Why are your button?
He mentioned it briefly, but I just want to reiterate. You have to remember when you look at the driveways, not all of the cars fit in the space of the driveways. Like the new cars, they're wider than the older cars. Oh, they're wider than the older carts, the newer carts. The older carts will fit into some of the driveways that the new ones won't. So for example, we have a newer cart, but the house next door has an older cart. And you still have to take into account, can you get in and out of the cart? Just because you can pull it into that driveway doesn't mean you can get in and out of the cart, which is really important if you're talking about handicap. Then you're looking at the places like across the street from us, they have alleys. Well, if they have alleys, they have a place to park. For those of us that have houses that back right up against the back of our house, so there's so many different issues that have to be looked at.
But when you're talking about a driveway, what's the driveway at your place?
Yeah.
Is that yours or is it the house next to you?
It belongs to both. It's half on one side, he mentioned it. One side, if you draw a line straight through the driveway, half of it belongs to this house on to the right, half of it belongs to us.
Well,
It's
how
just the
wide is
way
that?
they
How
build it.
wide is that driveway? Geez. That you can put.
Well, there's only 3 feet in between the
It's an
houses.
off-street parking,
Well, not
that's
very.
what we're talking
It
about.
doesn't fit our golf cart.
But it's an off-street parking, though, right?
It's what?
Is it an off-street parking spot?
It was, but back then, I think the carts were probably so much smaller. I'm
Uh-huh.
not sure. It was
No, they
before
used to
my
have those
time. So I can't
Okay.
do
Yeah.
that.
Right.
You know, but there's so many ins and outs to this whole thing, and it's a complicated issue.
Yeah.
I just know that, speaking from personal experience, it seriously needs to be addressed. Because there's a serious problem in this town. And this town is just aging. You know, and it's it's kind of like a now or never kind of a thing.
but we are addressing it.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Right, but so have we missed anything that you want us to cover? I mean, I understand if Bob Greenlaw goes to inspect your off-street parking.
Yeah.
And you pull up in your golf cart and you show him there's no possible way that we can do this,
Yeah.
then he says, okay, I would, put in my approval under the inspection for the street parking spot. So
Yeah.
that would be,
You know, if he can't get a golf cart in the space and get out of the golf cart, that's a pretty good guideline. You know, I mean, you've got to be able to get the golf cart into that spot and be able to get out of the golf cart.
Right, I understand that, but I'm saying that obviously we're going to do that. When we do the inspection, that'll all be part of the decision that's made.
Right.
But are we missing anything else that you wanted us to address?
I'd like to mention one thing that he brought up, and it's about I just found out last week that if you have a handicap curb on one side, you have to have it on the other side. And I would have to say for the flats, that's not necessarily true. So for example, when you live in the flats like we do, and you have a handicap curb, you know it's street sweeping. So you can go out the night before where no one's on the street, and you can move your cart across the street. Do you follow me, what I'm trying to say?
I can see
So
that.
you don't
I know exactly what
need-
you're talking about.
Yeah, in the flats, you don't need a handicap
However,
spot
there
on both
are
sides.
people that are extremely handicapped that definitely.
And that's up to you
Right.
guys to determine who those specific people
And
are.
that'll come back on a case-by-case thing
Exactly.
we're talking about.
Exactly.
Which I think we're addressing a lot of this
Yeah.
with a case-by-case thing with Bob doing that.
And things might change if we go to permit parking too. Who knows?
One could hope.
Yeah.
But I have one more question. So under this new format they're going to have with applications, so someone like us who requested one almost 9 months ago, do we start do we have to wait in line with everybody else? You know, that submits, let's say someone requests one tomorrow. Does that mean we're in line with that person who just requested one tomorrow? And how long will the application process take? I know it's too early for you to tell me that, but these are questions that we have.
So, it says
in the application.
it's 30 days for it to be processed, and the city has 90 days after the approval to go ahead and install that zone.
Okay, so no more 9-month waiting periods.
Correct.
Okay.
And Debbie, that 90-day thing is just in case Public Works is so impacted with something, it gives
Oh, yeah,
us
yeah,
the
I get
leeway,
that.
so we don't say, oh, we'll get to it in a week.
Yeah.
And then when we were plotting on the map, Devin and I would, and you could look at the existing blue curbs, a great majority do have the parking zone across the street as well.
Okay.
So the 232, 233, 238, 239, a majority do have that.
And by the way, on what you were talking about, the time limit, for example, by the post office and stuff, I think a time limit on that is really great, because the whole purpose of that is for someone who needs to pull in and go and get their mail, doesn't park 2 blocks away. I mean, that's the point of the curb.
Have you gone to get your mail lately?
Yeah.
I was in there for 45 minutes.
Yeah, that's true.
But that's another story. But no, I agree with you, because some people are taking advantage of that. And matter of fact, a couple people I know, they drive there, they park there, they go to work for 8 hours, and in the spirit of the whole thing, it's not what it's
Yeah.
supposed to be. You're there to do your business, you leave, But that's just another case by case, or something we need to look.
Main lawns.
Correct, yeah.
We're going to deal with the other parking.
How many handicap parking spots do we have in Advance?
4.
Okay.
I remember that.
You've also got the issue with, it's not like over town where you have the handicap hanging in your car and you park. These are golf carts. Anyone can put a copy of we have a copy on our golf cart, but if you can't leave it hanging in your golf cart, someone's going to walk off with it, and then, for someone who has difficulties, if they forget to bring it out with them, then they've got to go back in. It's just a complicated thing for here.
Well, can we
But they have
create
numbers
a
on it,
little-
right?
Can we create our own little?
So you're technically not allowed to photocopy those, but you can request on the handicap application a sticker. So, which would work very
that
well
would
for
be
something
perfect.
here and the golf carts, because you're
Okay.
absolutely right.
Yeah.
You can't, you don't have that option.
Yeah.
So I always let people, who come into the front desk and inquire, I always let them know about that option.
Okay,
It
I
also
like
has-
that idea.
It also has a number on there that you could run and see if it is. that
Correct.
person's
Yeah.
Correct.
car,
Because
right?
handicap placards are a dime a dozen, just like service dog vests are a dime a
Yeah,
dozen.
right, correct.
To be honest, they are.
Mm-hmm.
I see it, we all watch it over town. So I think that's a really great.
And, in the summer when we do have a lot of visitors who come over, our code enforcement is very lenient. We know that people are traveling far away. So if they do see the photocopy, they'll go ahead and acknowledge that.
Yeah.
Great.
So we have a motion
and a
by
second.
Pam, and that she has two things for us to change, is to eliminate the word sign, and then anywhere it says city manager to add his or her designee. So-
And then we're going to have everybody do a reapplication.
A reapplication. Thank you, Cindy.
The ones we can.
The ones we can.
The ones we
Okay.
can.
No further comments, call for the vote.
Wait, who's my second?
I did.
And second.
All ayes.
Item number 10.
Item number 10 is a follow-up to the previous discussions we've had regarding expanding the environmental protection of Avalon to include plastic straws, stirrers. We are also banning the coolers, the styrofoam coolers, and we've also expanded it to apply to all businesses in Avalon to prohibit all businesses from having single-use carry-out bags. So this accomplishes what the council's goal was. There was one inquiry regarding multi-use bags, and those bags have been preempted by state law. And basically what state law says is if you didn't have a ban prior to the enactment of state law, you cannot ban multi-use bags. So the examples that the public provided us were actually instances where counties and one city had been very advanced in the banning of that. But now state law says you can't do that. There is one little bit of wiggle room under the state law. It does not apply to really small stores. So it is, we did not put this in the ordinance. If you want to direct us to, we could come back with another ordinance. The concern that we had with if you would ban a really small stores, for instance, like a carry-out, a restaurant or stuff like that, from having the multi-use plastic bans, then you'd have a stricter policy for a locally owned store than you would for Vaughn's. And so it's just a matter of, I didn't want to make that decision for you. You'd be only the second city that has enacted a multi-use ban after the ordinance has been in effect. Alameda County is doing that right now. They're in the process of it. But again, part of the thing is, you don't want to be one of the first to do it, and I just didn't know if you wanted to have a set of rules for smaller businesses, independent businesses, that was stricter than you did for bonds. So I've kept that out. We can bring that back at another ordinance, but this ordinance otherwise satisfies all your direction.
Okay, well, help me again. There are cities that ban multi-use bags?
They did, yes, they did.
And why would that be?
Because, no. Multi-use plastic bags. In
Okay.
other words, the really thick plastic bags.
But those bonds, the ones that bonds have now, are those single-use or are those multi?
Those are multi-use, and state law says we can't do anything about it.
That's the ones you're talking about specifically. So if like Jerry Dunn's store, those are single-use bags?
I think they're single-use bags, and we would be
His are nice
prohibiting.
and thick, I just didn't know.
You would be prohibiting single-use bans throughout the city for any business, period.
Okay, single-use, okay.
To move and introduce and waive all further readings for ordinance of the City of Avalon to amend Chapter 14, Title 6 of the Avalon Municipal Code to prohibit the use of plastic straws, stirrers, single-use carryout bags, and additional polystyrene products under designated circumstances.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Comments from the audience? Call for the vote.
All ayes.
Item number 11.
Item number 11 is it's a requirement under state law. Well, it's not a requirement, but it allows you to attach an additional fee. State law basically was amended to prohibit cities from having franchises for cable TV. So now, whenever someone wants to operate a cable TV franchise, they go to the state of California and they get a state franchise, not a city franchise. So all city franchises are gone. What this ordinance does is it establishes a system that allows you to regulate where state still allows you to regulate, which is if they want to put cable things in your street. You can still regulate the time, place, and manner. If they want to put it on your property, you can charge them for it. The state law allows you to have a 5% franchise fee, which you already have in your municipal code. We're carrying that over in this ordinance. And the one thing that state law allows you to do also is a 1% fee on the cable franchise for local public access programs. So in other words, now the city gets a 5% fee. In this ordinance, we're proposing an additional 1% fee that would go for local access education outreach programs.
And that's only if it's only if local government does the programming.
Yes.
So if we want it, so a nonprofit couldn't come and say, I want public access to your deal for an educational program. It would only be programs that the city creates.
Well, hang on. I'm going to look at the exact definition of the public program.
Okay.
It's public educational or governmental access. So it's not for just the city. It's for public educational or governmental access. So you would have a fund that you could administer because you're going to collect the fee, right. And then you could use it yourself or you could give it to the public.
But they still have to make the channel available. The broadcast to broadcasting?
I believe they do.
Okay.
Because they still have to comply with, and there's a whole other provision in state law which basically says that you still have to comply with all of the state law provisions, and they've added a whole bunch more. Right. But what they've also said is that we as a state are not really going to enforce our state law provisions. The local entity can, and so I've added that in your ordinance in terms of giving you the right to enforce state law. It's under 3-5.112 penalties for violations of the standards, and it says that the city enforces the standards which are above, which are the state law standards. Okay. So this is basically the best we can do under the new state law. It does add an additional 1% fee for public programs.
And how often do we, at what point could we go after that below 1%?
You do it right now.
Right now.
Right now.
I know, but this isn't a contract, though. This is an ordinance. So.
Yeah, and what state law says is, and there's a special thing, you don't have to go through the tax procedures. You don't need to. The state law just says once you amend the ordinance, and the ordinance is in effect, that 1% fee is in effect.
Okay. Because perhaps what Ralph used to allow at the cable company, they wouldn't, because he had cameras and everything where they could go in and do programming. They're not required to do that. They're just providing someplace we can stick the CD or the DVD or whatever. Okay. All right.
I would like to move and introduce and waive all further readings of an attached ordinance which will repeal Title III, Chapter 5 of the Avalon Municipal Code, resulting in cable television system, and replace it with a new Chapter 5 relating to state video services franchises.
Motion, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, moved to second. Comment? Call for the vote.
No comment.
All ayes?
Richard.
Richard did.
I second it.
We're moving to.
Now I'm letting JJ handle this one.
Oh, okay.
Harbor Master?
Good evening.
Good evening.
I think, is it morning yet?
Morning. It is for me.
It's morning.
I've taken on this project because of a couple of different reasons. One, I kind of feel it's my job to make sure that we protect our resources, protect our equipment, and in adding this loophole, closing this loophole to a height from the gunnel to the water will solve that problem for future. I know there was some discussion whether or not, lack of better words, you're picking on somebody. That's not what this is designed to do. This came this is 2 years old or a year and a half old, and Brian the previous harbor master had worked out a deal with the owner of the skiff that is too long, too big, too high, to where he could twice a year can assign it to his mooring without any fees, so he can get through the lobster season and have a place to put his skiff. That solves that problem, and again, I assume that that's going to happen this year. Again, I'm just thinking of something going forward, something that big, that's bigger than 2 feet above the gunnel, and with the weight involved, our dinghy docks are not set up to put a small boat on these things, and that's why I want to close that loophole, and that's what this is all about.
Now, inevitably, whenever you set a length limit or a width limit, somebody's going to complain that it's impacting them. That's just the nature of the game. But there's only so much space, and we have to do things that are for the safety of other boaters. So I'm glad you're doing this.
Yep.
And
I had a concern because it just said it was closing the loophole, and he didn't state much, so I asked him to clarify tonight that it is those bigger vehicles or vessels, and they are so big and they are so heavy that they bang against it. So I talked about, is there a weight requirement, but he said no, that would be tough to decide.
Yeah,
something
I don't know how we would enforce
that. We don't have a
but
mechanism.
the length and width has served well.
Yes.
So, it seems like this will be
Well,
one more good thing.
Nobody ever would have thought that somebody would come back with this type of boat. So looking back on it, maybe things could have been done differently. That's neither here nor there. I'm going forward, and I'm protecting our equipment and our infrastructure, and that's what this is all about.
Okay, and then back up, because you said something that I wasn't aware of that doesn't really change my mind, but when you said that something was worked out about assigning him to his mooring, what does all that mean?
I mean, he has a mooring up on the mole, and Brian, by assigning that boat to that mooring, that means he can have it on any mooring without having to pay through the winter. And subsequently, you're only looking at lobster season, and then he takes it. Then he takes it out. So.
That was the compromise for keeping him off the dinghy, was to give him a mooring.
Right. Well, not to give him a mooring. He came up on the mooring list like everybody else did.
Oh, right.
So
but he doesn't have to pay for it.
But he doesn't. Yeah, he pays his yearly lease fee, and usually when somebody wants to switch boats from one mooring, take your boat off this mooring, and I got another boat I want to put on it. There's a fee for that, and it has to do with the length of the boat and so much money. Well, to solve this problem, because I see some of the discussion about, he spent money, he built a boat, and he got the parameters, but the parameters didn't have a height limit.
Right.
It's just like 5 or 6 years ago, there was no width limit on it until we started getting people that has 8 foot wide, Hobie cats. So,
exactly.
It's not to say we won't be back sometime else on somebody else might think of, but it's something that our docks cannot handle that large of a boat going back and forth and banging into it, not to mention the other boats around it. So,
So there's no other boat being constructed that this would preclude?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so we're not, our discussion we had earlier today.
Right. No, and that got me to thinking about the compromise, and I went back and did more digging, and that's what they did. Brian said, "Listen, I can't have you on the dinghy docks. You can't do that. It's just way too big." And this is what he will do. That's a 14. It's considered a skiff. He could side tie it to his boat up on the mooring, because you could side tie a skiff to it at no cost.
At no cost.
Yeah.
That was going to be my comment.
At no cost.
And nothing's being taken away from this person.
No, it's
nothing's
not.
being taken away. It's just
I'm trying to stop
putting the provision
something
in.
happening coming down the road.
Yeah, I think we're all on the same page here.
I have no knowledge if somebody's building something, nobody's contacted me on it. I don't want to have to fight this fight again.
I'd like to make a motion
Thank you.
that the city council introduce and waive all readings of an ordinance of the city of Avalon amending section 10-2.214D of the Avalon Municipal Code pertaining to dinghy docks and to add the height restriction for vessels secured to the city's transient dinghy docks.
Second.
Comments? Call for the vote.
All ayes.
Thank you very much for your support.
Thank you.
Thank you for saying
For that
thank you.
good support. Okay, before we go any further, I'm pulling agenda item 14 for next time. I know we're on 13, but I'm pulling 14.
I'd like to pull 14.
Sorry, I can't do it.
We're not there yet.
I'm pulling, can't I pull it
We're
five?
on 13 yet.
I know, I'm just pulling 14.
If you
I'm
read
sorry.
it says she can do what she wants.
Yes.
We haven't readopted it though.
Yes.
No, that's the one that's already, we've already had. Okay. Thanks, ma'am. Okay, item number 13.
Okay, Scott, you should take this one because you composed the letter, and everyone got that copy of the letter?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a follow-up to the council's direction asking the state to carve out Catalina from the proposed state prohibition on transportation of cannabis through the air or water. So this is a draft letter that would ask the state to do that. We'd obviously copy our state and assembly people.
And
Didn't we also talk about the state taking away the local control for statewide delivery? We didn't talk about that.
No, we did talk about that, but you decided not to do anything. The direction was only this on the
Let all
transportation.
those other cities do it.
I gave my rough draft to Devin because I thought there were some changes that needed to be on it. And I think a little better explanation of our situation was necessary. I don't know if other people tweaked it, but I know that you probably made some tweaking there, and I don't know if we just want to sit down with Devin and
Okay, yeah, that's fine, because
just
I
kind of
just
expedite
wanted
things.
to
If
make
you
clear
had
that
comments that are important,
we were not going to
we'll
be
take 'em.
granting the ability to grow here, so clearly it had to come here. And then the other thing I was going to volunteer to contact, because I'd like to be able to say in the letter that letters of support from Senator Cardin and from Representative from Pat are attached or forthcoming or something, and I think we need to, I don't mind making those phone calls to see if we can get them.
Are we in a time frame on this one? Is it so many days?
What's the time frame? Yeah, so if we could do that,
27th?
we have the 27th, right? So we have 6 days.
All right, Johnson.
But your letters of support would be forthcoming, could be a...
Yeah, or will be because I know
You only
they
have until the 27th to submit this letter to the BCC before.
Okay.
So I think the appropriate action for council would be to authorize the
Yes.
letter to be sent
Right.
with this as a basis, but to have the mayor and Councilman Albers work with Devin to finalize the letter.
But wait, Cindy, if you have comments, give those to us and we can incorporate them?
Well, the only comment, and maybe I misunderstood part of the conversation, but I guess what good does this do if it's the federal government that's regulating? It's not the state.
Well, no, this is a new state regulation that is being proposed. So federal government already deals with this, but there's a brand new state regulation that is specifically aimed at aircraft and boats.
But even if they said, okay, we'll carve out Catalina, that doesn't change our situation.
And that's why I don't think the letter's written well enough. I mean, I think it needs more in there because just as I think somebody has said before, that the federal government, if we're pleading our case that this is the only kind of ways, we're going to put it on their back. How can you help us with this, and how can we do that? So maybe carve out isn't the right word, but maybe they can come up with
No,
some.
there's specific exemption. I mean, they've done that in other instances.
Right, but like I hear what she's saying, but this is the federal, but they need to fight
I
that
know,
federal
and that's a
battle hard.
different, that's a whole different issue, which is, I think that I'm going to believe that, as the Attorney General said, or somebody on his behalf said to Colorado, those states that have approved it, we are not going to interfere. That's what they've said so far. So if something changes, obviously whoever gets our permit is going to think twice, you know. So, but this doesn't say to the express, you must allow it. It doesn't say anything like that. It just at least enables somebody, if they want to figure out how to get it here.
Okay, I'm good.
Okay.
So I move Mr. Campbell's motion.
Okay.
Nice motion, Scott.
All right, I'll second.
Okay. All right. Can he make a motion?
Yeah, he did.
Can he?
Yeah, that we're gonna.
You and
submit our
Councilman
little
Albert
sheets.
are gonna
okay.
work.
All right,
on
call
the
for the
final
vote. Thank you. Okay.
All ayes.
Oh, darn, I was looking forward to number 14.
Okay, now,
I don't remember.
not at this time. We have to go to closed session.
Yeah, we're going, actually, the closed
We only have
session is,
one
we're just
item.
going into one closed session. It's the third closed session, which is the city council also acting as the housing authority. This concerns conference with real property negotiators at 216 West Whitley.
Okay.
The other two were pulled, or?
Yeah, we're not ready for those.
Okay, well, then I would like to say,
Good night, Tony.
I'm sorry, I pulled this, but Pam, if you insist we work on this one now, if you want to wait.
That's fine.
I will,
That's fine.
okay. All righty. Thank you. Let's go. Well, good night, Tony, because I'm
Good night,
going to
Tony.
be back.
Thank you all for staying. Hope you enjoyed your
Oh,
stay.
yeah.
Wednesday, it took us 3 hours to get to the agenda, and it took like an hour.
There's no reportable action.
Have a good night.
Bye.